So that's a fun thing to talk about.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah.
That's how we start a show.
Yeah. It could all be avoided if we all didn't have the technical competency of like 80-year-olds. I know who the Miz is. That's only because he played in the celebrity softball games at All-Star Weekend. That's the only reason I know who the Miz is. Also, sexual deviant, the guy who threw shoes in Austin Powers. Didn't that guy did something?
Oh yeah, he was the one that got punched by the mullet guy in the dick, right?
In the dick,
UFC 3?
Yeah, in the dick.
Okay.
Let's get this over with, because I gave up on sports since Sunday. I haven't been watching any sports. I don't like sports anymore. Sports are dumb.
Wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. Ah!
What do you want?
The world, sir. Damn Flurkins. Fucking cats. I'm on Team Skrull when it comes to Flurkins. They're creepy and I don't like them. I can't wait to see a scene in Secret Invasion when an army of Flurkins comes at a bunch of Skrulls. Like, I think that should be a thing. If they don't do that, they're missing out on comedy gold. It's a great callback.
You are a terrible fucking sports fan. Yes, you are. You don't give a shit about a team until they beat your friend's team, and you want your friends to feel like shit.
No!
Because you're a terrible fucking sports fan. That's exactly what you're doing. You want to troll people and make them feel fucking shitty because the team you don't actually care for beat a team that we actually care about. So fuck you, Wayne. Fuck you before you even fucking say everything.
Well.
Bro, Plata. Where black people and white people talk nonsense. Hey, everybody.
And we're live. Yay! We're live, everybody. Getting ready for our interview with Pat Miletich. He has the link. I sent it on the IG.
Oh, good. He'll be here.
So,
Good.
We're waiting on Pat. All three of them won't be here when the show starts. We make
No,
it
he's talking about the other one too. He's Pulse. He'll be here. You're right. Pulse has not been on time since we've had him on the show. That's pretty much true.
That's a very true statement.
I think maybe 10% of the time. It'd be 1 for 10. He's about 1 for 10, I think. Every time. 10%. But Pat will be here. That's gonna be sweet. He's fighting for the first time since I think like 2008 or something. In
MMA, yes.
Yeah,
he had
MMA,
a kickboxing
MMA.
match in 2021.
That's right. But the first MMA fight since 2008, and he's fighting Mike Jackson, which I love everything about this. We've talked about it before, but
it's the greatest. This fight, and I linked, by the way, in the description. If anybody's interested to buy the live stream, it is up there. So you can pre-order the live stream on cagedaggression.tv. That's where you can get all of your lovely, lovely stuff for this massive MMA fight between a man who sucks online in Mike Jackson, but a man that doesn't suck online. A man that is a legend is here with us right now. It's Pat Miletich, everybody.
What's up, man?
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Doing good, my friend. How you been?
Doing all right. I'm in shape and ready to go for Saturday night.
And we're excited for Saturday night, Pat. You have no idea how my first question of this interview is, have you stopped at CVS or a floral place and picked out a lovely arrangement for Mike Jackson at this point, or like a bereavement card for his family? Because this is going to be a murder.
Well, I think, I have to take, in all seriousness, I have to take every fight pretty seriously. Anybody can land something and hurt somebody, so I'm taking it, very seriously. But when we look at skill sets, obviously I'm better than he is in every category, pretty substantially. He's counting on my age, making me slow and not have good endurance, and so let him count on that. That's more than good for me. Yeah, but no, I plan on going out and putting it on him for sure.
Good.
That's great. So I think the first time we had you on a couple years ago, I think the Mike Jackson stuff was like just starting to percolate. I think it may have like that day, and maybe even that he was saying stuff about you, and you said right then that you'd like to fight him. But how did this actually come to be? All of it, all of the beef with Mike Jackson, and then coming to the head of this fight Saturday.
Well, it was, Mike and I were friends, got along very well. I enjoyed hanging out with him, and then the riots and stuff started in 2020, summer of 2020, and he started writing some pretty heinous stuff about, well, people with just different melanin colors of their skin. And I thought, dude, I don't even know this Mike Jackson. What is going on with you? Why are you doing this? And it was, basically fuck you and this and that. And I was like, whoa, bro, this is like burning your fellow citizens' businesses is like, that's not how you address this stuff. Like, you're only hurting, your fellow citizens. And and he was having none of that common sense conversation. So ultimately, when I went to Washington, D.C., I ended up blocking him because it got so out of hand with his language that I'm like, I don't need that negativity. I just don't want that in my life right now. So I just blocked his page. And he took that so personal that he decided to write an article about me being in Washington, D.C. on January 6th, where I went out there with some friends for our podcast. All like a lot of my friends were like, dude, there's going to be something weird about this whole thing. So we should go out there just to observe. And I was like, yeah, I think we should be there. There's some history taking place right now in this country. So went out there, of course, did nothing wrong, didn't do anything illegal, didn't go up to the Capitol, any of that garbage. And then he wrote the article about me, and the headline was, "That Miletich supports domestic terrorism and white supremacy," and got me, massive amount of, what they call that, character assassination bullshit, and financial warfare is what it amounted to. And he's proud of that fact. He's now, made himself legitimate in the eyes of his, fellow, whatever they are, Marxists or whatever they call themselves. And, he put himself into a conversation with my name and drugged me through the mud. And, that's, I've learned a lesson from this. I will say that if you wrestle with a pig, you're going to get muddy. And I got muddy. I got real muddy. But I'm going to shake the mud. What's that?
The thing about that was it like so unprovoked. The stuff that he was writing at the time, and even the videos he was putting out around that time too, were like they went in nowhere when it came to the conversation actually in a substantive matter. And for him to go after you is just right. No. So
and unfortunately, this is where we're at in this country, and we have people who are so sold on narratives that they can't see that we're being pitted against each other. It's very obvious, that the people the bloodlines that run this planet have done this numerous times, and now they have digital media and television and radio and all kinds of means of programming, and they're doing a pretty good job of it, unfortunately.
This is probably my favorite way to handle it, though. Like let's put the gloves on then. Like,
yeah, probably... I think it's a good way, and I think, to be honest with you, Mike Jackson is looking for some sort of respect from me. He's probably not going to get a whole lot of it. I've still thought about ways that I'm going to finish him, but as in all fights, I have to let that happen organically. Mm-hmm. And put this all behind me, and because I've spent a lot of years just trying to help people, right, from creating athletes and world champions to helping people understand that there's no such thing as disease. It's just different manifestations of inflammation, and there's things in your body from the environment that are causing inflammation, and when you know what substances to put into your body to remove those things that cause inflammation, generally the symptoms of whatever it is you're suffering from are reduced greatly or go away. And so that's something that's important for everyone to understand, that there is no such thing as disease. Those are just different manifestations of inflammation. And the drivers of inflammation, are what they call free radicals, the heavy metals, synthetic chemicals, all that sort of stuff that your body picks up from the environment. And if you don't get them out of your body on a regular basis and replace it with high-grade organic nutrients, you're going to have aches and pains. You're going to have breathing issues. You're going to have digestive issues. You can have cognitive issues. You can have, whatever they call it, whatever names they give it, you're going to suffer from it. And so that's what I figured out, is that, sorry to be so long-winded on this, but it's important to me that the formula for creating superhuman beings that can do MMA at the highest level and train for 10 weeks, day in and day out, and get up the next day and not be sore, is the same formula for taking people who are suffering from massive amounts of inflammation and helping them reduce all of that and live a normal life.
So, are you taking this opportunity as something to prove a chance to prove a point other than I want to fight, I want to beat up Mike Jackson? Is there more than just that? Because of the things that you just said?
Yeah, I mean, it's offered me a platform to help people understand that I've been at this sort of thing for 35 years. After healing myself 35 years ago from respiratory disease that I suffered from my entire childhood, that's the only reason I was able to win a world title. That's the only reason I was able to coach. That's the only reason I was able to train, law enforcement and special forces for almost 3 decades, and do broadcasting and all these things that happened simply because I did the research on my own, because nobody had the answers in the medical community. I wasn't getting any better. I couldn't breathe. I suffered every wrestling match, running was misery, all those sort of things. And I wanted to be at a different level. So yeah, it's like the secret to true health is antioxidants. Like, that's a big piece of this. Of course, cordyceps and a lot of other stuff as well, mushrooms, and other substances on this planet, roots, flowers, plants. That's the real medicine. Like, that's it. There is no argument there. That is the real medicine.
For sure. There are a lot of those organic medicines out there that aren't. They're the chemicals that they're put off also by the big pharma and all that are synthetic versions of those things, and they're not good for you a lot of the time. I mean, plenty of that stuff that they do in labs are garbage compared to a lot of stuff that is, a good for your body.
Right.
And I've done that stuff myself a few times, and it's definitely helped.
Yeah.
But I can say that. So I fully agree with you on that, Pat.
That's good. And I tell people, look, do this. Give it a shot for 30 to 90 days. Replace your bread and pasta with something else, right? Wrap your burger in lettuce. I know that sounds really boring, but you're not going to be bloated after you eat it. You're going to enjoy yourself. Literally, you could get up and go for a run right after you eat a cheeseburger. If you don't put bread with it, you won't feel bloated and like shit.
Yeah.
You won't, because that stuff converts to sugar and causes massive amounts of inflammation and, all kinds of other issues. Just do that and then seek out, and I can give people, if they want to look me up, I can tell them where to go to get high-grade antioxidants to get all the garbage out of their cells and reset their gut biome, and they'll be off to the races. They'll literally change their lives if they just do that.
Well, you want to run me a diet, Pat? Because my thing right now, and it's very serious, is I'm trying not to die. Right, yeah. I'm in a place where I'm in the worst shape I've ever been in. I'm over 300 pounds. It's bad, and I need to get my shit together. You want to write me a diet?
I mean, we don't call it a diet. We just call it eating right. To live, right?
Yeah, right. You can't call it a diet because it's the mindset of it. I understand that. It's
and like for me, look, I'm just as susceptible as anybody. Nobody's perfect. Like, if you put a piece of cherry cheesecake in front of me, mm-hmm. I'm going to inhale it. It's guaranteed I'm going to eat it. So I have to make sure that stuff's not in my house, first off. I have to do a little bit of research and understand what gluten actually does. And I'm the guy that always went, oh, you have a gluten allergy. Oh, that sounds so, whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I had blood tests done and I have a severe gluten allergy. But the guy that did the test looked at me. He's a retired Marine as well, but a genius when it comes to blood work. And he goes, dude, you're going to be dead in 3 years from inflammation, from a heart attack or a stroke or something, unless you quit eating bread and pasta. And that was, years ago. And so I, for the most part, stopped. Every once in a while, I will actually have, a burger with a bun, but I feel it. I feel it a lot. And most people are allergic to modern wheat and the glyphosate and all the stuff that it's sprayed with. That's really detrimental stuff. So if you just, what I did is I had to simplify it. I had to say to myself, okay, if I was a caveman, what would I be eating? I'd be eating meat, fish, vegetables, and fruits. As long as you stay roughly in that area and drink half of your body weight in ounces of water. So if you drink 150 ounces of water a day, if you weigh 300 pounds, you're going to flush your system daily. As long as it's quality water. That's a real big issue right now too. And then add some antioxidants to it, and your health is going to start changing. It will.
What's quality water? Like, is the water at my house probably quality water? Like,
where are you located? Are you in Cleveland?
No, I'm in I'm about 80 miles south of Cleveland, in the middle of nowhere.
He's in Cody Garbrandt's hometown.
Yeah,
okay,
that's true.
Yeah.
You know where he's from? That's where I'm from.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Rust Belt, along with the agriculture belt, has the worst water potentially in the world.
Fantastic.
Right? So we have massive amounts of herbicides, pesticides. 70% of Americans, and look, man, I don't point fingers at anybody because everybody's been, we go to a person wearing a white lab coat when we don't feel good and they say, well, these are the symptoms, look up in their book. This is the prescription I'm supposed to write, right? And then you're suffering from issues from the synthetic chemicals in the environment and the heavy metals, and they write you a prescription for more synthetic chemicals. And so it's just this abusive circle that goes on in the ag industry and in human health. It's the exact same cycle of abuse. And so we just have to be able to help people free themselves from those systems, right? And that's really what it comes down to. So yeah, man, I'm sure I can help you quite a bit. I'm sure we can get you. I mean, how old are you? You look young.
36.
Yeah, you're 36. I mean, we can talk at another time. Like, I'll give you my, you guys have my number, or what? I'll give you my number, whatever. But we can talk about like what you're eating now, how we can change it, change your pantry and your refrigerator, and then any prescriptions that you're on, and we can hook you up with a doctor in your area that will help you get off of those. That's the goal, obviously. We want people to be able to free themselves from that system, and then gradually wean you off of all of that stuff if you're on anything.
I've been on antidepressants literally, well, not literally, but since high school I've been on them, so about 20 years.
Right. So, and that stuff and Oxycontins are both very difficult to wean yourself off of. So obviously you have to have professional help to do that. But changing the cell health and mitochondrial function in your body like really does change a lot. And your gut health. So gut biome, the bacteria balance, the microbes in your digestive system dictate a lot of thought. When your cells are splitting, when you are like just starting in your mother's womb, the stomach and the brain are one cell, and then they separate, right? So that's how closely related they are. And so they call the stomach the second brain for a reason. And a lot of the chemicals that are given off from the stomach dictate a lot of thought. And so we can address a lot of that stuff. And it comes down to, like I said, just digging into the education and realizing, holy shit, like it's actually kind of nightmarish, to be honest with you, when you realize how bad the food and and all the other stuff is that's going on, and how much trouble our soil is in right now. So that we can, dude. I'm telling you, I've got a lot of friends and they've motivated me. 350-pound guy, alcoholic drug addict, and years later he's a world-class ultra runner running 100 miles. He did, God, one of my friends did over 100-mile runs, competitions, races. He ran across the United States. He went 48 hours straight on a treadmill for 188 miles, held the world record for a little bit on that. And that's a guy that was 350 pounds and an alcoholic drug addict. So it's just a matter of we've got to do it, right? And I battle, dude. I battle with all kinds of shit. Like my world got turned upside down the minute I started telling everybody that the spring of 2020 that we were going to be dealing with crazy stuff, and everybody looked at me like I had 3 heads and I was crazy and abandoned me and all kinds of shit. And it's not been easy. It's been a rough road for everybody in this country, given what you've dealt with. But if you were somebody who was outspoken like me, it's not been easy.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And I can't wait for you to come back on after Tim does this and he has a 6-pack. That'll be a great
That will
day.
never happen. But even if
Don't
I
say
did,
that.
I have too much
You're
skin.
cursing yourself. Don't say that.
You're right.
Cursing
You're right.
yourself.
I was talking about the skin, but yeah.
That
hey
can be
man,
fixed.
that can be taken care of, brother. Let's worry about first things first, right?
The thing is, the truth is I have done it before. About 10 years ago, I was about 280 and I got down to about 170, and I kept it up for a while. But then, then I got depressed and it just started ticking up. Then COVID hit, and since COVID, it's been real bad. So yeah, it's not impossible. I've done it before, but it's been a while.
You're gonna do it again, brother. You're gonna do it again.
Okay.
It's gonna be a beautiful thing.
It needs to happen. I just don't want to. Like I said, I don't want to die.
Yeah.
Well,
I did die.
I did. Last time you were here, you were working. I don't know if you're still working with that company from Canada, the vitamin company. I forget the name of them.
Oh, I've got now. I'm doing, and I have been for quite a while, the biological agriculture industry. So, helping farmers heal their soil, use zero synthetics, zero petroleum-based fertilizers, having bigger yields, saving massive amounts of money on their inputs. And then also still involved, started my own product line called Super Soldier, because that's what we're building is organic super soldiers. So people can go to organicsupersoldier.com to find that. And they can find our ag product at soilsavior.com. And we've been, I've got a partner out of West Virginia who's an amazing agriculture and soil reclamation expert. And he's a humic fulvic expert, and then the top humic fulvic expert in the world, though they're 2 of the best, if not the most knowledgeable guys. Took a look at the humic that I got the exclusive on for the United States and said, this is the best, most nutrient-rich substance found on the planet. This is it. This is it.
How did you do that? How did that work?
Just, you know what? It came down to just trust, to be honest with you, and that was the big thing, and believing that I could jump into a completely different, which was, looking back on it, completely naive and stupid of me to think I could jump into the agriculture industry and just tear it up, because generally agriculture products take 2 years of testing to even get into the market. And then talking to university ag department heads about a product that's not a synthetic and testing it, it's like they know nothing about organics. Universities, they don't even test organics. They don't even know anything about it. And I'd go in and I'd have meetings with them and they'd go, we've never tested an organic product, but after listening to you talk about this and explain all the science, we really want to test your product.
I like it.
Dude, good for you, man. Good for you.
But it's a learning curve, I can assure you.
Of course.
It's not easy, and the agriculture industry is a very closed club.
I can imagine.
Yeah. So an outsider coming in thinking I know what I'm talking about, which I know what I'm talking about when it comes to human health and performance and things like that, and have learned quite a bit about agriculture and soil health and things like that over the years. But, um, I'm not a soil reclamation expert. I'm not an ag expert. That's why I partnered with one of those guys who's one of the best in the world at it. So,
And you said it was soilsavior.com?
yeah.
Okay. I'm making sure I have it written down as well. That I have it written down and memorized so we can plug
So
it at the end as well.
you mix that with water and spray it on your garden, and you literally end up with, 10-foot tall tomato plants, 7-foot tall pepper plants, the cucumber plants grow, the zucchinis, the whatever it is you're growing explodes. It's like, that's why we call it Jurassic Garden. We literally said you will grow Jurassic Gardens with this stuff.
I like it. I like that, and that's gonna help. I mean, like you said, our soil is shit right now, so we need something like a Terra Preta moment, like they had in the Amazon. I've read about that got the dark earth that they had down there that could grow anything. We need that in the modern day.
Well, that's what this is, but it's Terra Preta soil on fucking nukes.
I love it. Love it.
Yeah. So.
I was going to ask you a question when you're talking about like your gluten allergy. I'm pretty sure I'm starting to develop that. Does alcohol make your does that make you inflamed at all? Does that does beer do that to you?
A month ago, I had to stop drinking for obvious reasons. I can't drink alcohol. I've gotten a couple DUIs, and I'm done. I'm done with that stuff altogether. I've sworn it off, handed everything over to God, and that's it.
That's good for you, my friend. Absolutely.
But I can tell you that, whiskeys and wheat beers and all that sort of stuff, if you have an allergy, you're going to be bloated, you're going to feel it, all that sort of stuff. So it's a problem.
For sure. And
red wine, like people that have gluten allergies generally will drink red wine.
Oh, okay. That makes sense, though.
So, yeah.
Well, let's talk more about Saturday. Can we do that?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Cool. How is this different? I mean, number one, obviously it's been a while since you had an MMA fight, right? When was the last one? 08, something like that?
Yeah, well, I did the kickboxing fight with Michael Nunn in 2020, the summer of 2020. He and I have been friends for many years, and he, for 4 years was the best pound for pound boxer in the world from my area. And so we did that to get, our citizens out, got about 5,000 people to come out for a fight during the lockdowns, mind you.
That was awesome.
One of the only sporting events going on the entire planet at the time. And we were very proud of that. It was a unifying moment, I think, for our community here in the Iowa, Illinois area. And it was for a bigger purpose. Like, I have no desire to beat people up. I love helping people. I love changing people's lives for the better. So Michael and I went in and knocked each other around and had a great time. And, this one's obviously for a different purpose, but still I see a chance to kind of help people unify and hopefully educate a few people about really kind of where we want to be as a society. And that is not listening to the news and not taking orders and not listening to mandates that are, soul sucking, ridiculous abuse,
For sure.
Yes, yeah. I was going to say, this is not that. It's not the fight with Michael Nunn. This is different. A little different.
Yeah, this is different. Yeah. So, it's been a few years, and Mike and I didn't even train for that fight back then. Michael Nunn and I. But this one, obviously, I've trained for and have slimmed down. We have to weigh 175 for the fight, so I had to lose a little bit of weight and get in shape and do some road work and do some sparring and some grappling with some real good BJJ black belts and then get ready.
Do you think he's getting ready, or do you think he's going to show up?
Yeah, I think he'll show up. I think he's got a big enough ego. He'll show up, and he moves well on his feet. He really does. Mm-hmm. He just doesn't possess a massive amount of power or anything like that. So, go ahead.
How did he get into UFC in the first place? I could never figure that out. Like, I know they wanted someone to fight CM Punk, Phil Brooks, but but why him? I mean, there could have been a lot of people. Why was it him?
I think he plays the heel really well. He talks a lot of shit, obviously, and he moves. He looks the part. He moves well, right? So they thought, okay, he looks the part, talks a lot of shit, moves pretty well, but he's maybe just bad enough that he could lose to a WWE guy.
Yeah.
Which wasn't the case.
But shoot, sorry, I'm sorry. Man, I do this a lot.
Were you surprised when you sent the contract that he sent it back with a signature? Did you at that point sending that out? You're like, he's not going to sign this. Did you think he was just going to back out of it once he got it, or did you think he was actually going to sign that contract?
I didn't think he was going to do that, and I didn't think he was going to show up for the press conference, which he did.
Yeah.
And so that leads me to believe he's invested. He's gone down this dead end street, far enough that he's actually going to show up for the fight and make weight, and we're going to do this.
Well, listen, I will give him credit for that because there's a lot of people on the internet that hide behind the anonymity of the internet and don't even use their real name. They'll say things. Not only does he use his real name, but he's going to come and he's going to fight. And a lot of people would never do that. They pretend like they would do something like that. They pretend like they could fight people. People call them out and they'll just, to hide on their keyboard. At least he's doing that, man. I'll give him credit for that.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And I will acknowledge that to be true. And, so just as long as he shows up and climbs in the cage, then we're good to go.
Yeah, this is a little bit better way to do it than Jake Shields did it, apparently, right? Like that didn't go great, I don't think. At least you have contracts and referees and stuff now. Right.
Well, and it was interesting that the charges were filed against Jake Shields like
yesterday,
a couple days ago. Yeah, a couple days ago. Which I guarantee Jake would love to see me.
I'm sure.
Well, while grind him up and spit him out, leave enough. For him to beat the hell out of that boy.
Oh, hell yeah. And if anybody's interested, there will be a live stream of this available to watch. It's going to be at cageaggressionevents.com. So just follow the link. You guys are night 2 for that, right?
Yeah, we're Saturday night. We're doing, and we've been doing this for quite a while. We've been doing our own internet pay-per-views. And that started after Access TV was bought out by Anthem, the Canadian company, bought Mark Cuban's Access TV, and 42 people lost their jobs in the sports department at Access TV. And I thought, well, there's no reason we can't do this on our own. We don't need a billionaire to have a network to be able to at least broadcast fights on our own. So some of my friends here, Justin Holstein and Paul Martinez and Mike Goodwin, the promoter of Caged Aggression, myself, and some other gentlemen put together a team and started doing it on our own. And we're really, really happy about that. We've been doing it for, ever since Access was bought out before the lockdowns.
Nice. Very nice. And the what's the name of the arena that you guys are in again?
It's in downtown Davenport, Iowa. It's called the River Center.
River Center. Yes.
Yeah.
So if anybody watches this in the Davenport area, go to the River Center for that fight. It's gonna be amazing.
There's a few tickets left, but I mean we've got a lot of people that are starting to buy right now because they're going, oh, this is real. This is actually happening.
It's gonna happen, yeah.
And that considering all the craziness and again. As I've watched all this stuff with my education in terms of hosting a podcast that talked about this kind of stuff for a decade and, having researched vaccines for, 25 years and reading data and everything else and understanding liposomal delivery systems, the lipids, the smart dust, the hydrogel, all the other stuff that the components, and this being an experimental treatment, and people, in the military had to decide between defending their nation, serving their country, and taking up experimental treatment. And people lost their jobs, had to quit their jobs. this affected millions, tens of millions, well, everybody in essence, in one way or another. But man, it cost a lot of people jobs, a lot of people,
Oh yeah.
a lot of drug addiction, a lot of depression, a lot of suicide, a lot of, this, and it was all based on lies. I mean, we have to be, if we're through and through and thoroughly honest about it, everything about this has been a lie, and that should tell you how little they actually care about the citizens of the world in general. But more right now, at least specifically Americans. I know a lot of special forces folks and other military folks who have suffered some pretty severe health issues because of the treatment. And we've been helping to educate them on antioxidants, removing synthetics and heavy metals out of their cells so we can get them back online. And that's been happening.
And even like the younger athletes now that you see in the news, just out of the blue, keeling over, it's something is going on. Like, you have to look and say there has to be something if these healthy individuals are just completely going down the drain for no apparent reason except for maybe internally. There's got to be something.
Well, we've been helping a lot of professional athletes as well. One athlete in particular is one of the top MLS guys in the world. And he was out for almost a year because of the side effects, the adverse reaction to what this did to him, and affected his heart rate, affected, a lot of stuff in his body. And literally 3 weeks later, after cleaning his body out, detoxing his body, it all came back. He's operating at 100%. He's faster than he's ever been. He's leaned out. He's a machine again. And his wife is ecstatic. She sent me a text message and said, "I can't thank you enough for what you did for my husband. It's completely changed his whole perspective now on life." You got
That's
one of the best
thing.
guys one of the absolute premier athletes in the world in his sport. And suddenly he's out for almost a year and he's crippled because of this stuff. And then you get him back online in a fairly short amount of time. And that's what this is all about. It's about helping people, right?
Absolutely.
I'm just going to read something from our comment section. Someone said that I need to have a full-on vax debate with you right now, because I'm like, this is the last thing I would ever do. Number one, because I'm not prepared to do that. Number one, I know how it would end. The only thing I say is I had them and I'm fine. So that's me, though. I know that's not the case with everybody.
Yeah.
Right. No, and you know what? Look, that is something that, a lot of people have not had issues, and God bless that you haven't. I don't want that to happen to you, but I can tell you that a lot of my friends in the special forces world have had some severe reactions, and a lot of other folks, just to give you an idea, a very close friend of mine who's a college professor, just in her class alone, she has 4 college students who can't do the physical portions of the class because they've already had heart attacks. That's not normal. That's not normal. And that's just in one college class, mind you.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. So here's what it comes down to is the immune system, the human immune system is perfect. It's literally fucking perfect. If we put the right things in our body and have cellular health and mitochondrial function, literally you're bulletproof. You're literally fucking bulletproof. And so that's really what this comes down to. And I think, like I said, building a superhuman is the same as taking someone who's suffering from massive amounts of inflammation and making them not suffer from massive amounts of inflammation and fix immune function. That's really what this comes down to. And it's the same thing. The immune system is responsible for everything under the sun, from the common cold all the way to cancer and everything in between.
We have a comment from our friends, the MMA holes. He said, "I had to vax, and now I'm a Mike Jackson fan." I'm like, "Oh, that makes sense. That's what happened."
That's a
Yeah.
terrible thing.
It turned
Terrible.
him. It turned him.
Well, look, and I've made up a lot of jokes. I actually wrote an entire, like, I've got some friends who are comedians, right? And so they said, Miletich, you need to, as much knowledge as you have on all this shit, you should write like some stand-up comedy stuff. And by the time I got done writing all of it, it's so dark that I'm just like, I
Then
can't do
you're
it. It's
perfect
like,
for this show, sir. You're perfect for us.
it's like the Adam Sandler, remember the movie The Wedding Singer? He did a sequel. I said he'll be doing a sequel called The Funeral Singer, and the soundtrack and I ran through all the shows for the soundtrack of the movie, like Don't Break Myocarditis Heart and shit like that. What were some of the other ones? Freaking Throw Down in Fauci Town or some shit. I can't remember.
Oh, that guy. Oh, that guy.
This is our producer, Pulse, by the way. If
Yes,
you wonder why
this
another
gentleman
guy
just
comes
didn't
on.
abscond with our show. He's
How are
he's
you,
a
sir?
legitimate poll.
I'm great. It's nice to meet you, sir. I'm a big fan.
I appreciate it. Good to meet you. I saw you there sitting there silent in the blue light and stuff, and I'm like, this dude's just chilling. Is he like CIA or?
No, he definitely could be FBI though. He looks like a guy who could be a spook. That would be just he gets in there, just embeds completely, and that's why we have him on the show.
Awesome, dude.
When he just sits there in the dark light, it looks like we have a ghost. It looks like the show's haunted and just hanging out in the back, haunting the stream.
He's your handler.
Yeah, maybe. Paul, do you have a question for Pat?
I did. It's just I'm not sure.
All right, well then let's not ask it then. I don't know what I have no idea.
No,
what you're
by all
talking
means,
about.
dude. But by all means, ask anything. I don't care.
Well, I had two of them, but I guess I'll just ask one. I heard through the grapevine. Is it true that you are a Freemason?
Yes, I am a Freemason. I'm a former past master of my lodge, Blue Lodge, and I let people know. Like I made fun of Eddie Bravo because I was on Eddie Bravo's podcast years ago, and he was going off on Freemasons, and he's like, they're satanic, and they eat babies, and they do this, and they do that, and I go, hey, dude, I'm a Freemason, and he about shit his pants, and but. So one thing that I try to help people understand is there are like Blue Lodge, Mason lodges, and then there are clandestine lodges, right, that are not recognized. So there's those two sectors of Freemasonry, like, you know, the guys Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett and Travis and all those dudes at the Alamo. Those guys were all Freemasons, and they knew they were going to die. But they did it out of principle. You know, there were several guys, obviously, that have been presidents that are Freemasons. I don't like all of them, trust me. Mm-hmm. But there are, you know, and I can tell you that some of the conversations I've had in my lodge, you know, were, and we can't discuss politics or religion in lodge, but when like you're eating dinner or whatever, you can. And I can tell you that, you know, there has been some discussions, you know, about left versus right and all that sort of stuff. And there's left and right in Freemason lodges. There is, you know, that does exist, but never once in all the years that I went to lodge has anybody ever talked about, you know, Satan, Lucifer, anything like that. That's never been something. And they always say, well, you got to be way up in the ranks to be able to do that. And I'm like, okay, I was the master of my lodge for a year. Nobody ever approached me about any of that shit. It doesn't exist. Now, clandestine lodges, I've dealt with some of those guys. They're a little trippy. I'll be honest with you.
I can imagine. We talked about it in the last time you were here. I've deep roots in the Masonic order, and whenever I hear people talk the way they do about like the Blue Lodges and all that kind of stuff, you're and I'm not a member. I want to be. I've got a few lodges around me that I can do, but whenever I hear somebody start talking the satanic stuff, you're like, come on, man. Like it's just guys getting together, and it's a fraternity. That's all it really is in the long run. It's brotherhood. That's all.
Well,
it really
how
is.
does somebody like, do you fill out an application, or how does somebody get inducted? How does that work?
You have to be asked generally, but for me, I was never asked. I saw the square and compass in my mom's dad's barn when I was a little kid. I remembered that, seeing that on a big wood beam in the barn, and then so I found it very interesting, and I started researching at a pretty young age, kind of the history of Freemasons and what they were all about. And so I'd just always been intrigued with their history. I've always been a history buff, so to speak. And I respected what, guys, like I said, the George Washingtons and the Daniel Boones and the Davy Crockett's and, those types of guys, what they had done in history and kind of what they stood for. And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to go down to the lodge. So it was really trippy. So I went down and I knocked on the door of the lodge, and a guy opens the door about this much, and he goes, "Who goes there?" And I went, "My name's Pat, and I'm just interested in what you guys do." And he goes, "All right, come on in." So I went in, sat down. They gave me some dinner, started talking to them, and then eventually they came to my house to meet myself. They had dinner. 3 guys had dinner at my house, met my wife and my family, and then I went through the degree work, and it's very, there's a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge in it. There's a lot of memory work as well. There's some incredible lectures. Michael Chavello and I, when we worked together broadcasting, he's also a Freemason. And when we would travel, Michael would do the research on what lodge would be meeting in the area where we were going to be doing a broadcast, and we would always try and make it to a lodge meeting in different areas. We'd go wherever, like Arizona, Kentucky, Tennessee, Florida, wherever. And we saw some incredible stuff, but there was one guy that gave what's called the G lecture, which I believe is 2,100 words. And he was 18 years old. And this kid, he was 18 years old, in a suit, walked back and forth across the stage giving the lecture, the G lecture, to somebody that was doing the degree work, guy going up for his second degree. And watching this kid give this lecture, it was like you were watching a president in the 1800s give a speech.
That's awesome.
So incredible. And he remembered every word. He has photographic memory and auto memory. So he can listen to a speech and then give it a year later with the same voice, same inflection, same pause, same everything. And very few people have that ability, but he's one of them on the planet that does. And Michael Chavello, who's a supremely intelligent human being, with that similar type of memory, looked at me during that lecture and went, "Dude, I've never seen anything like this. This is incredible."
That's awesome.
Whole different level. So it's, I would say, lodges vary greatly depending on where you're at geographically and all that sort of stuff with how they do things. But you wouldn't be disappointed in going through the degree work.
Absolutely. And Pat, we're gonna let you go here in a sec.
Okay.
But the MMA holes did have a question that I am actually I don't maybe you'll remember this, but Dana threw you under the bus at a media event not too long ago. Do you remember anything about that?
Yeah, that was when all the so-called coaches and experts and everybody questioned Chimiev missing weight by freaking 18 pounds or 14, or 14
100%
pounds.
on your side on that, by the way. That's the same thing you did.
All I said was, okay, from what I understand is a Russian or Chechen or Kazakhstani wrestler is not going to miss weight by 14 pounds. They probably said, however it went down, whether he wasn't going to make weight or didn't want to make weight or whatever was going on, or I said possibly that the fans weren't buying the show because they didn't want to see Nate Diaz face a young, scary dude like that.
Yeah.
And they just weren't selling it, and they had to switch it up last minute. And they just told him, hey, just weigh in at 184. We'll say you missed weight, and we're going to switch it up, and you're fighting, somebody else. And he ended up fighting. Who did he end up fighting on that show?
Kevin Holland?
He fought Kevin Holland, yeah.
Yeah.
And Kevin Holland got the raw deal on that one, man. I love Kevin Holland. He's
my favorite.
He's a cool dude, and he got a raw deal on that one. But that's the corporation, right? You just be a company man. But yeah, so that was what he was freaking out about and saying, oh, he's fucking retarded and this and that and whatever. It's like
I said almost the exact same thing you said. I thought the same thing. Like, I'm not a conspiracy person, but I do say on the show a lot that it seems like when things go wrong, they work out for the UFC almost every time.
I said, look, I'm not accusing him of a crime or anything. If it actually happened the way I think it might have gone down, that was a smart business move. That was actually intelligent, right? That's
but why lie about it? Why don't we just be like, hey, we kind of screwed this up. No one wants to see this. And there he is.
He's coming back. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go.
It was better than it ended up.
Sorry about that, Pat. Something happened. Not sure, but
no problem. No problem.
But yeah, we will. We do appreciate you for being on, my friend. It's definitely, we're looking forward to having you on again. After obviously embarrassing Mike Jackson, this Saturday, go to cagedaggressionevents.com for the live stream. It's night 2. Also, if you are interested, go to soilsavior.com, and then it's organicsupersoldier.com. Am I correct on that?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. And it's PJ Miletich on Instagram and all other social media.
Yep.
We appreciate you, Pat. We really do. And we wish you luck Saturday, and we'll be definitely rooting for you one way or another, my friend.
You got it. And Tim, hit me up with a text or whatever, and we'll stay in touch on getting you going and up and running, buddy.
100%, man. I appreciate it. You'll hear from me for sure.
All right, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Take care, Pat.
Kick ass, man.
Have a great night.
What a great guy.
Oh, love Pat Miletich, dude. Were you feeling the same out-of-body experience that I was, even on the first one, going, holy fuck, we have Pat Miletich on the show?
We talked about this. I don't I have tons of respect for him, but I don't get starstruck like you do. We've talked about this. But was I happy he was here? 100%.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. And
he's always...
What were you going to say, Pulse?
No, I was going to say, y'all brought up a good point. As far as that Chimaev thing, supposedly there was a fight backstage, but there was no footage released of it. And it's like, they got cameras everywhere. So I kind of feel like that was bullshit.
No, I think almost if anything happens and there's no video, I'm like, how's there no video? I feel like the only way there's no video is if there's only 2 people within a mile of it. Like those 2 people involved are the only people there. I don't know. But yeah, no, I definitely remember. I think we played what he said on here because I said the exact same thing he did. Because, and like I said, I'm not a conspiracy person at all. But when I saw that, I'm like, that just worked out too well for him. And everyone was like, why do we want to watch Nate Diaz's last fight when he just gets absolutely mauled? Probably no. I don't listen. All the pay-per-view numbers that come out with are always shady anyway. Like no one actually believes them ever. Not often. Yeah, so they wouldn't tell you what the numbers were before, but I guarantee they weren't as good as they would usually be on a Thursday or whatever. There's no way.
But
it just worked out too well for him. Anyway,
yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Like and even the last couple fights, to be honest with you, have worked out far too well for the UFC when it comes to like O'Malley winning the belt the way he did. Strickland. Nobody saw Strickland fucking beating.
I don't think they wanted Strickland to win, but O'Malley definitely. But I was gonna. I had a joke but I couldn't get it in. I was just gonna say that I heard Mike Jackson say the Freemasons were all Nazis. So
don't do that to Pat. That's
he
cruel.
He knew it was. He would understand the joke. That's my favorite thing about Mike Jackson's Twitter is you find out who the Nazis are.
Yeah,
I didn't know all these people were Nazis. Wow, there's like a whole list every day.
Oh, I cannot wait for that pay-per-view. That is gonna like this weekend. Our cup runneth over, but at the same time, but the reason that it's running over is because Pat Miletich is going back in the cage to whip some ass. Like that's the best part about that.
I don't care too much about the UFC card. I mean, I'll watch it, but I don't.
Barboza. This is one with Barboza. It's like, meh.
Yeah, it might be good, but I'm not. Probably won't watch it live. This I don't know if I can afford it. Unfortunately, I think it's $50. And I don't think there's a way where we could like split it. I don't think we could. It's possible to do that. So that's kind of a bummer because I really do want to watch it, but.
I mean,
we'll see if I can make it work. That's the only reason.
If I can make it work, I will Venmo you money so I can use your access code.
I don't know if it will work like that because I don't know if you'll be able to get two people on one. Probably not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. That's why it'd be fine if it could. If there was someone we knew we could do that, we could split it. It'd be different, but I don't think that's going to be possible.
I'm not sure.
Being in the same place. So
you're talking about this caged aggression?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
$50, I think.
If you want to donate to have us watch this pay-per-view, dono link down below.
Yes.
But
no,
yeah, man.
This might actually be a good thing for me though, because I feel like if I had Pat Miletich in my corner, that's much better motivation than just having like Ray in my corner.
Yeah, I was about to say you need like professional, like somebody you'll love and respect. Going, yes, yes, sir.
Whatever you say, Mr. Creation Sensation.
You were the first 170 champ.
But they also, you know what? I don't know what people will think of that interview, but I like having people come on and talk what they want to talk about. You know, because we can talk, how was your camp, everybody? You know, we could do that a million times. But if you want to talk about, you know, that's what he wanted to talk about. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's talk about it. That's cool. That's important to him right now. Obviously, that's a big part of his life. So, okay, that's what we want to talk
absolutely.
about. We don't want to force you to talk about stuff you don't want to talk about.
I kind of want to try some of that soil savior. I'm not going to lie.
Well,
but I want to try it on something else.
When you were asking that, I'm like, I know what Ray's talking about. Vote yes on issue 2, everybody.
Well,
yes
no. In my defense,
are we voting yes on issue 2, by the way?
What's issue 2?
That's the weed. That's the weed bill.
Yes, of course I am.
I mean, should we read through it?
I'm definitely now gonna do research on it now that I know what the actual issue is called.
Because you read the amendment on the ballot, and I read the sample ballot. I'm reading it, and I'm like, I think this is what I want, you know. But
I'm gonna have to read it.
Yeah, the thing is, well, the last one they tried to do like 5-6 years ago, like more than that maybe now. But like when they did that one, if I didn't know about it, I don't know if I could have. I don't know if I would have read it and understood it, you know. So I just want to make sure. As long as the people I know who partake are saying vote on it, then I'll vote on it. Vote for it. I probably will anyway. But that's a big one. And another big one also is the what's the way to say it without the big
Schmishmortion?
No, without that word. I was just gonna say it's the what's the word I'm looking for? Like reproductive care, like what that. It's
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, everyone's saying, well, it's an abortion bill. I'm like, well, kinda. It's basically saying, well, you have a choice. People can make their own choice in their health care, right? Or the way it is now, you can't. So so that's what I'm telling. What do you mean you don't know?
Whatever people want to do with their body. Like I'm a very much bodily autonomy person.
That's why we vote yes on it, right? Okay.
I will vote whatever I want, Tim.
You're voting yes on it.
But
I'm telling people I don't even vote. My brother, I'm like, you know how important this is? I'm like, you have daughters, dude. You got to go out and vote. He's like, I don't know if I'm registered still. I'm like, yes, you are. He's like, I haven't voted since the last presidential election. I'm like, you'll be fine. Just go.
Yeah, you're registered, motherfucker.
Yeah, you're good. He's like, they sent me a thing in the mail about renewing. I'm like, you automatically like renew if you go. Like it's only if you like they sent me the same thing too. It's only if like it's a couple years you have to like. So I mean, more than a couple years. So it's been a couple years. He'll be fine. And if not, you can just check online to make sure. I mean, actually, today's the last day to register if you haven't already. But this is a really big one in the state of Ohio. Obviously,
I did change it to I got to change it to independent, but I for a while I was rocking full on libertarian views. So
I'm still registered Republican, I think.
Change it.
No,
you're ruining the demographics.
No, because I'm not a Democrat either. Well, I'm probably closer to that, but like,
yeah, I would say you're closer to a Dem than you are a Repub.
I am, but still, it doesn't matter. Also, no, you know what? Do what I want.
All right.
But anyway, no, that's important. That's important. I really hope Ohio, big deal. Big deal. What? Why can't I think of the term they use for the? I don't know. I could pull another time. I'll pull it up.
Reproductive rights.
Maybe
that's like been the
maybe.
big. Oh God damn it! He's getting yelled at by his mom. Hi, Pulse. Were you excited to see Pat Miletich on your screen and ask him at least one question?
That was great. I feel like Rudy at the end of that movie. I got one.
Oh man, we didn't ask him any Lee Murray questions. He only gets those a lot.
Would that have been appropriate? I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, but did you see the documentary on Showtime? He's on that. It's a great doc.
Oh, I forgot about fucking talking to him about that because we haven't talked to him.
Yeah, I wanted to
since
too,
that
but,
documentary.
Kind of didn't get to it.
Have you?
Yeah, Catching Lightning. Yeah. It's really good. Yeah,
I've not seen it, but I definitely do want to see it. I've seen the trailer.
He does an interview for it, just talking about his time at Miletich Fighting Systems,
nice
and stuff. And he tells a story about is one of his prior marriages. Lee Murray gave him a gift that was like China, and it was like nice, like the best possible China you could get. And his then wife was asking, like, what does he do? And he's like, right? I mean, I know he can fight. I don't know.
But no, again, that was fun. Make sure, though, cagedaggressionevents.com for the Pat Miletich fight on Saturday.
Get Mike Jackson on now. Somebody call him.
I've reached out. I've reached out on every piece of social media I could possibly get on, and he just doesn't answer.
You should have had Pulse do it. Don't ask me.
That actually might be that might work. That might work if you go hardcore like Mrs. Cleaver from Airplane with him. He might come on the show.
Okay, I'll get on
that. Have you ever seen the movie Airplane?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The old white lady that's just talking jive to the black dudes. That was Mrs. Cleaver, everybody, from Leave It to Beaver.
I started rewatching Black Klansman today.
I've never seen that movie, but I want to watch it.
It's on Netflix now, so. Yeah, no, it's a good movie. Topher Grace as David Duke's pretty funny, but I'm just like, I feel like the white actors have to get PTSD after playing those kind of characters. They have to, man.
Didn't Leo say he got like some kind of like awkwardness after fucking Django?
Did. Dude, I'm sure. Dude, I feel like even though people know it's your job and that's what you're an actor, that's what you're doing. I guarantee his black friends didn't call him for a while.
No,
I bet. Paul, how would you feel if like Ray? You saw Ray and I doing like some sort of acting, and we're just like we played hardcore white supremacist assholes, and we're using the N bombs and we're saying all the terrible things, and then you watch it, and then the next day you pop on the show. Would you feel any different?
No, I mean,
just acting, right? No, you guys did a little too good. Ray was knocked it out of the park for some reason.
Yeah.
Ray, were you born for this role?
It's called method acting, Tim. Method acting.
Actually, Ray's not allowed to be in the show for a couple weeks because he's got to cool down.
yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Have you ever seen the movie 12 Years a Slave?
Yeah.
Bits and pieces, yeah.
I mean, that's rough as a white person to watch. I'm sure it's even worse.
Oh, I gotta tell you, like I'm usually good at movies like American History X and such. I don't trip over these things, but I gotta say, in 12 Years a Slave, man, the one part that triggers me when that little kid and they started having him hop up and down and such, when he was all naked and shit, I was like, man, I cannot take this. I could not sit through that movie.
Yeah, that movie is rough. That's like that bit Shane Gillis has. He's like, who do they make those movies for? Like my black friends are like, they don't make like we don't want these movies.
Yeah. What was that? Glory too. Glory, that whipping scene with fucking Denzel is one of the most heartbreaking moments in cinema history. And you just see that tear come down.
Emancipation's the same way, like with Will Smith. All those movies are hard to watch.
Movie. He punched a guy. Go fuck himself.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Will Smith anymore.
Neither am I. That was a good movie.
He hit Chris Rock, kid. I
thought Chris Rock's bit about that was hilarious. It's like he got me rooting for Master.
Yes. Oh fuck.
I was just happened to be up. My sleep schedule's messed up. I just happened to be awake and I was bored. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to the movies. I went to Canton. I drove half an hour to go to the movies. At the 9:50 a.m. showing of A Haunting in Venice, me and like 6 crusty old people, us old ladies, watching an Agatha Christie movie at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Jesus.
And the ones closest to me like kept talking about their theories about it the whole time, and I'm just like, dude, turn your hearing aids up. But yeah, it was me and a bunch of old ladies watching.
Is he the lead? The old lady pointer?
No, not quite. But listen, I like those movies. Those Hercules Poirot movies. They have the Christie movies. It's the third one they've done. That they did the Murder on the Orient Express and Death in the Nile, and then this one's creepy. This one actually has some like stuff jumping out at you and stuff, which I don't like. I hate that. So I don't like. Well, I don't like horror movies, and I had a couple of these, and I don't fucking like that. So it kind of pissed me off a little bit.
Yeah, and your heart can't take that. Like it's already doing enough work when you walk up a stair. So
a couple years ago, I think it's when I saw Super Troopers 2, or maybe not. It was something that was not a horror movie. Right, and they had like the trailer for The Nun, and even in the trailer, they had like stuff jumping out at you and shit. I was pissed. I'm like, I didn't come to see scary fucking movies. All right, I don't like them. I don't like to get fucking surprised. All right, I don't like that.
I was having a gas
high enough blood pressure as it is.
I was having a gas attack. Like you've had those where it feels like you're fucking dying and like your arms and legs are tingling and everything, and then you burp and you feel better.
I have them every day. Something like that.
I was watching.
When they're new, I thought I was dying. Yeah.
The season finale of last season's Loki. Mm-hmm. And when Miss Minute shows up out of fucking thin air, it's like, "Hey y'all!" You're like, "Fuck! Would you not?" It scared me. Like you said, my blood pressure like actually went up during that shitty jump scare. I'm like, "Fuck you." Fuck you. Have you watched the new episode?
Not now. I'll get to it. Honestly, I think I'm just going to wait till there's a few out, maybe. Maybe I'll watch it. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it's a slow start, but there's a lot of shit that goes through. And what's his name?
I hate this fucking one at a time shit, so I like to wait. That's what I'm doing with the Star Wars show. I'm waiting.
Yeah. Well, Ahsoka's done, so I'm probably going to binge Ahsoka.
Last Tuesday, I decided I wanted Peacock, so I got Peacock, and I'm watching a bunch of stuff on there. My mother too; she's been binge watching Yellowstone like for a week. Which I haven't got to yet, but I watched The Continental. That's like the prequel to John Wick.
John Wick. Yeah,
it's okay. There's a lot of more questions about that universe that I kind of want to know the answer to, and they didn't answer. And some of the ones they kind of touched on, they still didn't give you the answer. They still didn't actually talk like the whole thing with the coins. Like, how did that start? Like, I have a lot of questions about the coins because how is a drink one coin and a night stay is one coin, and like it doesn't make a lot of sense, and I don't know. Like a lot of it, I have questions. All right, about that whole. Listen, that John Wick movie is mostly a dude getting pissed off and killing people, but it had a cool.
They
cool,
killed
like,
his dog. Okay, they killed his dog,
I know.
and it
Have you
begat
seen the last one?
Yes, it's didn't like it.
Well,
I've not
we
watched
answered
any
some
of
of
the
those
John Wick.
questions. Well, not all of them, man. I'm just saying that has a cool B story, that universe, and I would like more stuff about that. And I didn't mind this show, but I think they could have done a better job with it. You know, it was okay. It wasn't bad, but I had a lot more questions.
I have a question. Like, since you've seen the last one, is it implied that he dies or what?
Yeah. Well, yeah, he had his. I don't think they're planning on doing another one, but I think the way they can go now is backwards. And actually, what I want to know is, because I started watching the first one a little bit again. When he got out, John Wick, the Russian mobster dude gave him an impossible task, right? What I want to know what that is. I want to see a show or a movie about that. How do you get out in the first place? I want to see that. But can Keanu do it? I mean, that's supposed to be 5 years before the first one came out, and that was like 10 years ago. So I don't know. I did find out the dog, the beagle, is still alive, so that's good.
Well, I want them to give branch off and give a series to that Mr. Nobody guy. He should get his own series, I think.
Which one's that?
The black guy from John Wick 4 with the dog.
Oh yeah. They have the character, the guy who's like the manager, the guy who runs shit at the Continental.
Yeah,
that black guy. They have a young version of him in the Continental, which is cool.
Is this a television show?
Yeah, it's on Peacock. It's
Okay.
three episodes, about hour and a half each. What the dog doing? Oh, the dog from John Wick. I think somebody eventually adopted him. Like he was on. There's an animal. What's the animal farm? But kind of. I think it's in New Jersey where they have a lot of actor animals, and sometimes they'll age out and stuff, or sometimes they're like, they'll just they'll give them to a family, and like it was
So they're
family.
legitimately going to a farm upstate. That's a real
100%. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard?
And,
Pulse doesn't know that. I gotta explain that to Pulse.
What a farm upstate? How do you know he doesn't know what that means?
Do you know what that means?
Are you talking about they're going to put him to sleep?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Who
Okay.
doesn't know what that means? That seems like,
You never know. People might.
I don't know why he thought you wouldn't know that. I mean, he never asked me if I knew that. He just assumed. Anyway.
Well,
what was I gonna
obviously
say?
because you're long-haired, but that's neither here nor there.
Anyway, I don't know what you're saying. Anyway, moving on. No, somebody adopted him, and I don't know. So he's fine. It's like I said, it's a girl in the movie. They call it a girl, but it actually was a boy. It's usually the opposite, actually.
Well, I've
Got
been
Wiener
meaning
out
to
of
get into Yellowstone because, like, I haven't seen Kevin Costner in a while, and it's like he's back acting. So I want to.
Everyone says it's great. I know it's just going to be a freaking rabbit hole that I'm going to get in. It's going to be the only thing I watch and sometimes I have a hard time turning stuff off. So I don't need that in my life right now. Continental was not that way. Not really. So Twisted Metal's on Peacock too. I'm probably going to get into that next. Twisted Metal
that would
looks
be
pretty
funny.
fun.
Tim gets into it and starts his own Yellowstone podcast.
Next time you see me, I just have a cowboy hat on.
Yeah. This is my
Ray,
land.
Ray, did you happen to see that documentary?
No, I have not. It's
You
this
had
weekend.
one.
What? I know. I have one job. I get it. I watched Guardians of the Galaxy 3. That was.
I like that. It make you cry. Made me cry. I saw it in the
made
theater,
me
though.
feel sad. I wasn't like. I definitely was welling up. Like there were times I'm like, you fuck. Get it, Rock. Like I was like that, but it wasn't like it didn't like hit me in the total feels.
I'll say like 90% of animals in movies now are CGI. Like even like people's pets will be CGI in movies now. It's
Hey, you got
but
the
you know what?
tech.
No, I'm completely fine with it. I watched the the Joe
Makes them
Exotic
easier
show.
to shoot now because they're fake.
I watched the Joe Exotic show on Peacock and the Joe versus Carol show, and all the animals on there were CGI. Which I mean, it have to be because they're talking tigers and shit. But yeah, they were all CGI.
Interesting.
Was that computer generated when Will Smith put that dog in the rear naked choke in that movie, or was that a real How did they do that?
It was probably a doll, like a mannequin or something. And he probably held it, and then I don't know. I just know that he tried to adopt that dog. I know that he tried to adopt that dog after I Am Legend. I don't think
really
it was up for
hit.
adoption.
Yeah,
at the
it was
time.
for practice on Chris Rock. He adopted it because he knew one day he was going to slap Chris Rock,
Sure.
and he needed something to practice on. And why not a German Shepherd? They got strong skulls.
Yeah, that was I like that movie, but I gotta say, if you were the last man on earth for a period of time, that would be kind of fun, right? To have the whole world to yourself.
Dude, for 3 minutes. Not long, dude.
Yeah, probably you get lonely.
No, dude. I'd be too worried about everything else to even enjoy that part of it. So I don't. Yeah, no, I don't think so. The answer is I don't think so.
I would go. I mean, I'm going crazy right now, like going out as little as I am at the moment. But if that was the only person on Earth,
Did you see Passengers with
no,
Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence?
no.
Pulse, did you?
No.
Shoot. Okay. Well, it's a ship that's going to a new planet, I think. I don't know. These people are in cryo sleep, and one of them accidentally gets woken up. That's Chris Pratt, and they're not supposed to get woken up for another 20 years or some shit.
Okay.
Right. But also the last year of that journey, they're all supposed to be awake, and it's supposed to be basically like a cruise. So there's amenities and things on this ship. And so at first he's the only one there. He's checking all this stuff, all this food and all this cool shit. And it's cool for a minute. Then he goes nuts. Anyway, you haven't seen the movie, so you don't understand. But I was saying it's like that. For a minute, it'd be sweet. And then eventually,
Haven't
and
they
spoiler
done that?
alert,
They've
is
done
he
those
wakes
movies before.
He wakes Jennifer Lawrence up on purpose because he wanted someone to be with. And she finds out and she's pissed.
Yeah.
It's not a bad movie, though.
That sounds kind of good.
There's been plenty of those movies.
Not bad.
I was gonna ask when y'all booked the hotel for Las Vegas, who did you go through?
Expedia.
Expedia, okay.
.com.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, the hotel, I don't remember what it was now, but the hotel was not the expensive part of our trip.
Where did y'all stay and how much was it?
The Horseshoe. It wasn't $500 total.
Yeah, for 3 days, it was $500.
4 days, 4 nights. It was
4 nights. Yeah, 4
Wednesday,
nights was
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, yeah.
Not
It was
that
about,
bad.
and also,
It was called the Horseshoe.
Yeah,
it's formerly
used to be
Bally's.
yeah, and it's right on the strip there. It's a good hotel. I would definitely recommend it. It's a good place.
They do the World Series of Poker there every year. They have the World Series poker room on the premises.
Yeah, like I said, it's right in the middle of everything. It's right in the strip there. So
that shopping mall, that shopping plaza we went to was kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie.
It's I would definitely stay there again. Although I think I would just because I want to do something different, I'd pick a different hotel. But I definitely like the Horseshoe.
Don't do the Flamingo. I love the Flamingo. Don't get me wrong.
I believe you. The Luxor looks pretty cool.
But
yeah, well, surprisingly, actually, the thing about Vegas is it's actually, if you don't gamble, it's actually one of the more affordable trips because especially if you're in off season, especially if you don't stay on a weekend, it's $35 a night.
Yeah,
that's our rooms were $35 a night until the weekend, and then it was $100 something, and ended up being.
Well, yeah,
it was less than 5 because it was
500 divided by 4, so that was $125 a night. Is that normal or is that expensive or?
I'm weekend rate.
I'm pretty sure it was less than that overall, Pulse. I think it was actually 400. I think. Yeah, because it was $2 something each. It wasn't bad at all. Because that was $50 a piece a night. That's what it was. So it's not like a 5-star hotel or nothing, right? No, it's a good hotel. It's a really good hotel. Yeah.
Yeah. Highly rated. I liked it. I mean, again, I didn't like the Flamingo because it was if a live action, if Barbie had her own hotel. Like pink
Well, is it
everywhere. It was not good.
The
The bathroom looked cool because it was kind of like that frosted glass thing, so you didn't really see anybody in the bathroom, but it was glass. It was pretty
our room
cool.
was nice and comfortable and very clean, so that's all I really cared about. It was definitely
Yes.
clean
and
and
bug free. That's what I care about.
It was nice. It's a nice hotel, dude. It's a nice, yeah. Now, it's when you get to Old Vegas when you get the ones that are seem a little shady. Like,
No.
Well, according to the internet, Ray, yes.
Yeah, see, my friend Derek, he went and he said he stayed at a motel called Travel Lodge or something like that.
Yeah, don't do that.
Like, yeah, it's $25 a night, and he said the whole hallway smelled like piss. It was piss.
Yeah,
It's
that's what you
honestly
get
not
for an
that
Econo
much
Lodge.
more to stay at like the Horseshoe was like the best deal for the strip at the time. So that's why we stayed there, but it ended up being great. I loved it. It was awesome. So
I would always recommend two in Old Vegas if you want to stay in Old Vegas. The Golden Nugget, just because it's one of the OG, like on that part of Old Vegas. It's been there since the fucking I think 60s or 70s, and it's fucking awesome. Like it's a cool vibe. The pool fucking rocked. I was sad that it wasn't open. We were fucking there because I would have paid to be back in that pool. And then the D, which is like right across the street from Golden Nugget. It's actually a pretty good hotel too. I've shown many a girl the D in Vegas. Ha!
Paul, you thinking about going to Vegas, man?
Yes, I want to go in December.
I won't be able to do that.
I want to go like the first through the third. The first is a Friday. I want to go. I want to leave and then come back Sunday evening. So like.
And for him, it's cheaper probly because
The
he's a
flight
little
will
closer.
probably. Yeah,
I'm not flying. I'm either gonna drive or take a mega bus.
Don't take them. Oh gosh, you want to do it? Do it? You what, man? Ugh. How
Yeah,
far is that
mega
drive?
bus is like you might want to just take a
Plus,
Greyhound.
it would take
or
like
drive.
2 days. Wouldn't it take like 50 hours in a mega bus?
I think it is supposed to depart from downtown Houston at like 8:25 and then make it to Vegas by like 7 o'clock. So.
So it's like
It's
a
actually not as
nonstop
bad
trip.
as I thought it'd be. But how much is it to drive straight through, though?
I'm looking that up right now.
I was in my car or to take the bus?
Yeah, a car.
Oh, shoot.
I'm looking it up
If
right
the mega
now.
bus is 11 hours, then it's probably like 8 or 9. I thought it would be more than that.
All right.
Because Houston is like over.
My shit's loading. God damn it. Why is it doing this? Come on. There we are.
I don't know,
right.
man. I'd fly.
Yeah, I fucking hate flying, man. I just hate it.
I don't like it either, but I don't. Ridiculous drive.
Non-stop, and this is taking. What highway is this? This is 287 to. Oh, this is like trying to avoid tolls too. I think. Yeah, it's like 287 to 40, and 40 out. Basically, 40 all the way. It's 21 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, it won't. Yeah, so it must be the next day in the mega bus.
Okay.
Yeah. So, dude, don't. Yeah,
it's on the ground though. It's on the ground, so I'll probably.
I like flying.
I don't love it, but I'm not. I like a lot more than a 20 fucking hour drive in a bus.
Yeah, but think about all the cool things you'll get to see. There's that one steakhouse in Amarillo that you'll go through.
No. Get on a plane. Get on the plane. You're fine.
Yeah, just eat some gummies, bro. Just like pop a few gums.
I would have to heavily sedate myself to even get like.
Well, like I had to a bit too on the way back. Dude, that takeoff on the way back was not fun. I had to keep looking at the flight attendants, and they were like, "This is every day." You know, they were fine, but I was like, I don't like, especially because the Frontier seats are so flimsy that it was like.
Was there turbulence though?
Yeah. The takeoff, it was pretty rough. The flight there was great.
The last flight that I was on, I just remember us dipping, and I was like, "This is the last fucking time I'm doing this."
I definitely was not excited to go on a plane again after that flight home. However, I would in a minute, because that's definitely my least favorite part of it. But
to Vegas.
Also, just airports in general. I hate everything about that, but it's a lot better than fucking 20-hour drive, bro. Like, I hate that, man. Oof. Unless you like make it a whole thing. Also, that's like taking, especially if you're taking off work and stuff to do this trip. That's like an extra 2 days you have to take off each way.
It's a
you know?
day if you do it nonstop.
Yeah, but how the hell? That sounds awful. You're gonna be then you're gonna be spending the whole next day in Vegas sleeping, Ray? That makes no sense.
Hold on. I'm gonna Pulse. I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Okay.
21 hours.
Terrible
That's
idea.
drive time, or
Terrible
the bus is gonna be 7 days. Who knows?
Terrible idea.
Or 3 hours. 3 hours by plane.
Get on the fucking plane.
I think ours was 6.
It was 5.5 there and like 3.5 back. And that's
Yeah.
a good thing about the flight back is we had the headwind, so it was like we were there quick, which was nice because Frontier had zero entertainment. They even have Wi-Fi, so we just sat
I
there
know.
and I didn't know what to do, man. I'm like,
I
what do I have to do?
slept.
Do I have to bring a book? I can't sleep on planes. I tried. On the way there, what did I watch? What movie did I watch?
You watched it. You watched
Sting.
it. Oh yeah,
The Sting. Yeah.
great fucking movie too.
Yeah, so first time I saw it too.
I know. I've watched you kind of. I was kind of looking over at you, and I was seeing certain scenes, and I'm like, I wonder what he's thinking right now about this scene.
You know what I kept thinking about? I kept thinking about Major League because David Hasmore wrote both. And I'm like,
Yeah.
this guy's fucking got range, man. But you know what? The thing is, you can see that. You can see some of that in Major League in that movie. Not as vulgar as ridiculous, but you can see some of the rhythm, and it was kind of funny.
Mike Beltran is refereeing right now. Cool. I
Tennis
tried to get him
series.
on, and he blocked me on social media. I don't know why.
Oh,
Ooh, did y'all guys hear that Bill Belichick got fired?
no, we didn't.
No, he did not.
I could have sworn I heard that.
Hold on. I feel like I would have got one of like an Amber Alert type of message on my phone.
Yeah.
This is the biggest news in the world.
You just hear.
Oh my gosh, I think you might be right. Hold on.
I told you, man.
What?
See, people thought he was a made guy because he won all them rings, but it's like the NFL, they'll cut you loose. They don't give a fuck.
Hold on. What?
Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, no. It's all speculation right now, but I don't think
Oh,
but there has been a couple headlines I read that were very confusing. No, dude, there's no way.
That's what I heard, and I heard that they got Sean Payton on a short list to replace him.
He's busy losing somewhere else. Dude, man, I hope the Browns bounce back Sunday, but they got to play the fucking best team in the NFL on Sunday. So,
well, I mean, the Steelers aren't playing them for another couple months.
womp,
no?
womp, 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 womp. No. Pulse knows who the best team in the NFL is right now.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
No, who's kicking the shit out of everybody? San Francisco. They've
Oh,
won all their games and kicking the shit out of everybody. So,
Yeah.
San Francisco, and we're coming off a bad loss, and well, Watson should be playing, but still, well, you know, I really wish that we had a different opponent this week, but you know, but you're coming off a loss and a bye week, but
We'll see them again in the playoffs. I'm confident.
49ers, all right,
Yeah.
Cowboys. I mean, they lost. Yeah, they lost Sunday, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
they've been a little
team
iffy
won.
too, huh?
My team won, and they really shouldn't have. I was watching
Yeah,
the
they beat
game.
Baltimore.
They should not have won that game at all. Like, Kenny Pickett, we need to bench him for somebody better.
Who? Dude, your boy. Your
Good
boy's
question.
their backup. Your boy's their backup still, I think.
I know, and I don't want Mitch anywhere on that field. I do not. Hold on, I'm doing something real quick.
Did I tell you when we played that softball tournament, those 3 girls and a guy that came down that we never met before, they were all from Mentor. They came down from Mentor down here.
Really?
Yeah. But
Interesting.
they were all 22, so you wouldn't know who they are.
No.
Old man.
I did. Did you see the Toy Story game?
Oh, I tried. It was so glitchy. I'm like, this would be kind of neat, but it was so glitchy I couldn't watch it. In theory, it's pretty fun, but it's super glitchy. The hockey one was not as glitchy as that.
Did you see the some of the crowd shots of The Jacksonville game in England?
No.
Oh my God. Tim, I'm going to tell you something. And I've always said this sort of about English sports fans. They're some of the most creative, insane people on planet Earth. And we're talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars versus the Buffalo Bills that happened on Sunday in England. Second game, by the way, in a row in England for Jacksonville.
For a while, they thought that Akon was going to move him over there.
Well, I mean, Tony still might. TK and his cocaine-using ass might fucking do it.
They have a lease with. I mean, it's more. I don't know. It wouldn't make any sense. It would be so. They would have, number one, it'd be impossible for them to get free agents without overpaying for everyone, and they probably have to make like a special cap rule for them, which wouldn't be fair. But like, how are they going to make their? I mean, there's ways they could. There's a best way to do it, but it's still not good. Like, we'd have to have an American hub and play multiple away games. And I understand that, but like, it'd be so fucking weird. And it would suck for everybody. It might happen eventually, but I think it only works if there's like a whole conference over there.
Yeah. But here's why I love English sports fans. Did you guys see the one crowd shot of the guy dressed like a Jaguar?
No.
Here, I put it in on the thing, and this guy's awesome.
Is that Mauro Ranello?
It looks like him.
Do they really? Yeah, it actually does. But do they really? Are they really fans of American football over there? Like,
dude, they.
Oh yeah.
I think they have like 5 or 6 times as many seats as they have. They have people trying to get them. They have like wait lists and shit. Like they more than sell out those games. I forget how much. No, it's there's a giant demand for those games. Even the one in Germany. All of the foreign games they did are like everybody wants those tickets. So that's what they keep thinking about. I think the best chance of a non-American team would probably be Mexico City, because that would probably be, it's North America, that make the most sense. I think, but I don't know. But same thing in Germany. When they had their games in Germany, same thing. Like they would love. I don't know, man. Can we try NFL Europe again? How about the XFL, USFL just moves over there? Let's do that.
Did you see Colin, The Rock put out a fucking feeler to Colin fucking Kaepernick now? To give him
been out of football like 10 years, hasn't he? He's been out of football forever.
I know, but Dwayne won't hesitate on a controversial or even like a news capture.
That get Johnny Manziel too.
Well, didn't he play in the XFL? Didn't he play in like the USFL or something like that?
He played in all those leagues. Yeah, he did. He wasn't great in it though. And the last thing he was playing that fan-controlled football where the fans pick the plays and shit.
Yeah, I didn't even watch that. I never saw.
I want that. I want the sort of league where Ray and I, from our chairs in our basements, get to be the offensive coordinators.
Yes, I'd put on an earpiece just for it. But also, I need to show the guy that he was, or the woman that he was sitting next to, Jaguar guy. This woman is.
There's crazy Bills Mafia. And you know what I like the best though is that's definitely a Browns jersey behind him, isn't it? Oh no, maybe that's a Steelers jersey.
No, that's I think a Packers jersey.
Oh yeah, I can't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a Packers jersey.
Yeah, you're right, Packers jersey.
I love how this English woman looks like every Buffalo mom I've ever come across in my fucking life. Like going to hockey games, they're like going to hockey tournaments in Buffalo. There's like 5 women that I've seen in my life that look exactly like this woman. But this is the whole lead up to this. I love the internet. And I love when people make memes because this wins the internet for the day.
Yeah, I gotta pee.
American football gothic.
Talking about this, but I gotta pee.
All right, buddy. Oh boy. Oh fuck. Oh, good times, Pulse. Good times.
Yeah, man.
Oh, what a day. I got way too drunk last night.
Did you work today?
Yeah.
Oh.
I work hungover way more than I should, but it's that controlled hungover where it's like I've had 4 glasses of water, but my head still hurts, like that kind of thing. Where it's like I got the headache and I'm just like, ugh. So I was at a comedy show last night, which I'm going to show a video to you guys. I have a video clicked up, and if you want to, actually, since you got the thing in front of you, go to Brand.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm in the show, but I don't have the controls to my right.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm like it has the box, but it won't. It does nothing in it.
Interesting. Send me like a picture of it after the show. I'll run the show for here. But last night I did a show that was a breast cancer awareness show up here in Cleveland, where all the male comedians were not required but requested to perform without their shirts on. It was a well attended show last night, but I drank way too fucking much. Came home and had like a Heineken, like 2 Heinekens afterwards.
Did you show the video?
Not yet. Have you seen the video though?
Yeah.
All right. I did.
Hack clack.
Hey, I had fun doing this. I created a shirt for it to rip. I actually gimmicked it so I could rip it easier. But Pulse, this is what your buddy Ray was doing last night on at Make 'em Laugh Monday at the Grog Show.
Give it up for Ray. High clack, everybody.
Thinking you're Kreischer now?
It's uncanny how much you look like Kevin Owens, man.
I know. I'm a fatty and I need to lose weight. I get it. Me and Pat Miletich are going to convince Tim to join along with us, and we're going to go on a weight loss journey. Me and Tim.
What was he talking about when he said he was going to reach out to you, Tim? What was that about?
I mean, earlier he was talking about just changing people's, I'm not going to say diet because he said he wasn't going to use the word diet, but pretty much their intake and and stuff. And I'm like, well, dude, I'm trying not to die here, Yeah. So I'm like, can you help me? He's like 100%. So
have y'all ever thought about taking up Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? Because everybody's doing it now.
If I went back to anything, I'd probably go back to judo. However, my back's not ready for judo, man. I don't. Woo.
Yeah, we need to get you down to like a manageable weight. For
one thing at a time, man. Okay.
I know.
And also, even if I get in your show, I don't know if I want to do that again. To be honest with you, because like the negatives, honestly, just mess my spine up. Even when I was in shape.
It's more fun.
That's just laying on your back. This is being a bottom.
Yeah, you get used to it after a while. It's fine. Another man's sweaty face or chest in your face. Yeah.
Although I probably should pick a sport up. Not pickleball though. I refuse the cult of pickleball. I'll play tennis again before I play pickleball.
I will risk going to jail and driving on a suspended license, speeding down the highway to come kick your ass if you ever pick up a pickleball racket. I swear to God.
I'll probably give it a go because I think my nieces want to try it. But I want to get, especially the young one who has pretty good hand-eye coordination. I want to teach her how to play tennis. Although I can't teach her more than like day 3 stuff.
It'd be a good base to teach her on, but I'd have to wean you off that.
What? Pickleball?
Pickleball. If
No,
you started,
she could do. I could teach her tennis, normal tennis. I tell her, I'm like, the only thing to do is ask Uncle Tim. He'll come. I'm gonna get you, and he'll take you. They both know that. I'm like, Uncle Tim will do anything. Anyway, let's talk about my niece's softball because number one, super proud of her because Sunday she was fucking raking. She had her league tournament on Sunday, and they beat the fuck out of everybody, and to the point where it got chirpy, and it was hilarious. First game, I wasn't there for the first game, but apparently they're beating the team 17-0. And then this girl hits a lot for their team, the new Philly team, hits a line drive back at the pitcher, like hits her hard in the leg, and that's not good. No one wants that. That sucks. They take her out, put another pitcher in. The very next pitch, same thing happens to the other girl. And the parents were not happy. As if these 10-year-olds, listen, if that happens to slow pitch softball, that is a problem because
I'll be right back.
You're adults. I'm talking to Ray. Why would he leave in the middle?
I thought you were talking in general. I can hold it. I have to pee, but I will hold it.
Basically, what I was just saying is that they're 10-year-olds. How do you think they're gonna? They were very angry and very mad and acting like they want the other team. They've been beating the shit out of all these rec teams every time they play. Like they have outscored opponents in that league in 16 games, 214-28. They
all right, Rain
absolutely.
Jesus.
Oops, I do the math. Absolutely not in my head either. So leave me alone. But they've been the absolute fuck. But yeah, all right, go pee and come back.
Sorry, yeah, I really have to pee.
Yeah, go do it.
Otherwise, these blue pajama bottoms will be dark, and I don't
fine.
need them.
It's fine. But it's weird is that parents were getting real pissed, like because they're getting beat, and they're acting like they're doing something wrong, and they're 100% not. And no one's listening.
I'm
not
listening.
even Pulse.
No, I'm listening. It's a wide discrepancy in scoring. That's often how the league is.
They have all kind. They have run limits. They can only score 6 in an inning. They have mercy rules and time limits. They have all these things, but I don't know. They're even in the championship game, and that team they played in the championship was pretty solid, but they beat them 7-1. And the girl for my niece's team struck out 17 in 6 innings. So
wow.
They were great. And my niece ripped the ball. She crushed it. But yeah, the other team, they were talking shit. And I don't know why they're talking shit. The reason those kids beat those other teams so bad is because I've never seen kids that age, 10 years old, work as hard as they do. They practice constantly. And it's all there. Even when winter comes, when it snows, they're gonna be practicing inside in gyms, doing shit all year. They never stop. And those other teams, they just don't do it. They don't do that. So I don't know what they're bitching about. Like it's not like it's a big secret, Pulse. Right? Just the kids that are. If that same coach was coaching those other teams, it'd probably be the same thing. Like it's not like they're just magically bigger, stronger athletes. They're not. They're the same size and same age as all those other kids. It's just one team works their ass off and the other teams don't. So I don't know what the problem is.
Well, exactly what age do they stop using the T and start pitching to each other?
9.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the first she was playing coach pitch, which a coach pitch is you just trying to get your swing down. But now they pitch to each other. So, you know what? It's pretty competitive. Also, she's playing. She's just turned 10 in the summer. She's just turned 10 in July, in the end of July, and she's playing on a 12U travel team. It's a lot of the same kids on the 10U team play on the 12U team. The 12U team is mostly 9 and 10-year-olds, and it has like 4 or 5 11-year-olds and no 12-year-olds. And they play teams, travel ball teams that aren't from the same town. They're from different schools and different areas. And they're like a souped up super all-star team. And they're 12-year-olds at this point or 13-year-olds. And they compete against them and beat some of them. And then they play rec league against 10-year-olds and beat the fuck out of them. So what do you expect? It's like Saturday they played 3 games and lost all 3, but they lost them all by 1.
And you said this is a playoff tournament?
This was their league tournament, which they played 12 games and then they were all seeded, and then they played 4 games yesterday in the tournament.
Oh, okay. So when is the championship?
It was Sunday. They played them all. Yeah, they played 4 games on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They played 3 games on Saturday and 4 games on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
They do that every weekend. They don't have anything this weekend, which is, but the one weekend after that they have another tournament. They would have been playing 7 games, and then they do school all week. But that's all these kids do is softball and school.
Yeah.
So you wonder. I'm just saying, there's a reason, as I was saying before, Raymond, why they're beating the crap out of these teams.
Well, yeah.
Now they don't beat the crap. Like I said, also they play. They're mostly 10-year-olds and some 11-year-olds that play on the 12U travel team, and 12U travel softball teams in the fall are a lot of 13-year-olds. So they don't have any 12-year-olds. So, and they compete with them. They lost all 3 of their games on Saturday by 1 run, but they compete with, and they beat a lot of those teams.
Wow.
And they play Sunday, and they beat and the parents are yelling and screaming like they're doing something wrong, and it's kind of hilarious. Listen, it's one of my favorite things of sports is when parents, youth sports parents act like children, and that was 100% what was happening, and it was happening because they were getting beat so bad.
Yeah.
It does make me laugh, not when I'm umpiring, but when I see them get mad at umpires, and how stupid it is and how ridiculous they look. No, it's less funny when you are the umpire because you have to put up with that shit. But, which I need to lose weight so I can get back into umpiring because I want to do that. But,
why is it that in the pros they make the manager suit up like the players?
that's a rule in high school too. Remember when I was doing high school, like they're like if a coach shows up and he's not in pants, he has to be wearing the baseball pants and spikes in the socks, and he has to wear the top. He can be wear a jacket on top or something. But it's like if he's not allowed on the field. He can coach from the dugout, but you can't let him if he's in khakis. Like if he showed up. It's in the rule book. If he's in khakis, like if say he was running late or something,
dumb.
You can't listen. I don't disagree with you, but it is the rule.
Baseball has some of the weirdest, like
100%. I try to do a bit about how I wish they did it in every sport. I wish Coach K was running around in the short shorts when he was on the sidelines. I want Belichick in a helmet. That's like I wish all sports did that. It would have been hilarious.
Yes, but like also, if a player gets hit. It's just assumed that there's going to be a retaliation for it. Both sides. It's like
no, not really.
Cooler heads prevail.
Only if you think it's intentional, which doesn't happen that often. And
I'm not even getting hit. Like if you pitch inside and it almost hits a guy, it's expected that later on.
Not always. It depends on a lot of stuff, man. It depends on a lot. Usually you get away with one, but the thing is, if you hurt a team star and he's out of the game, then you're probably going to get somebody thrown at. Or if you hit multiple guys in a row, that's different. But one guy, 2 and it's usually fine.
Yeah, but like understand that if that happened on the street, that's assault with a deadly weapon, isn't it?
Well, it depends who's throwing it. If Ray's throwing it, no.
No, yeah, that's
if
not even going anywhere near the plate.
If Aroldis Chapman is throwing it,
yes.
That's assault with a deadly weapon. That's like attempted murder. That's what that is.
I think it should be the same as if like a professional fighter tried to fight you in the street. It should be the same law, in my opinion. But yeah, it should be. I don't think they count it as a gun, but if you throw it 100 miles an hour, it's pretty lethal, especially from short distance. But no, it's the unwritten rules of baseball. It's not as bad as it used to be. Back in the day, if you got hit one guy, you had to give one back almost every guarantee. But you don't see it that often anymore, especially not in youth sports. Unless you, listen, I've done so many baseball games umpiring that I've seen every kind of coach, and I would say at least 80% of the coaches out there are not good at it, and at least 20% of the coaches should not be coaching at all. Like they're just not good people. Like. I'd say that 20% are great, 20% should not be doing it at all, and all the ones in between are like okay people, but they just don't know what they're doing.
Ah, okay.
That's most of them.
I ran into that in refereeing, where you'd meet like the biggest dirt bag ever, but yet you'd have probably the greatest game of your life when it came to like his reffing style, because it was. Basically, just run the clock down because the coaches are being assholes. Like I've had that a few times.
I haven't had too many guys who. The thing is, I know guys that are like that. Like guys that you piss them off enough, the strike zone is going to change.
Yeah,
I hate that. I fucking hate that because it makes everybody else look bad. And I'm not that guy, but I know guys like that are sensitive. It's weird. It's weird to me. Dude, every I'm so this every umpire, including myself, 100% including myself, that I've met is a little weird. Every single one is a little bit weird. Everyone.
Yeah.
Not like hide your kids weird, but just, I don't know, just a little. I'm obviously including myself in that. I don't know, you kind of have to be, honestly. I don't know.
Yeah, there's definitely an OCD brain that I didn't really have for reffing. Loved it as when I was like younger, but now it's like,
You have to have almost like a Rain Man love of the sport.
Yeah.
Fernando pitches on Wednesday like that, like almost to want to do it, because the crap you take isn't worth it. Even if you're getting paid, it's not worth it if you don't really like the sport you're doing. So,
yeah, agreed.
That's why I never did softball, because I never really cared to. Although I do kind of like some of the things. Number one, I see guys that are in great shape not move at all when they're doing a game by themselves. In softball games, they barely leave the plate and they're doing the game by themselves. I'm like, I can do that. And they have time limits. Game. They have time limits, which I think is ridiculous. They shouldn't have time limits, but they do. They're like 70 minutes. And I'm like, dude, I've never done a game in 70 minutes. You kidding me? I'm like, that's kind of great. So that's why they don't have as many problems finding umpires for softball as they do for baseball. Like baseball's a problem, softball's not, because a lot of the older guys stick around and it's easier, and more women do softball too, and not that many do baseball. I know
as they should.
Well, is it true that there's a time limit for pitchers? Because I recently found out in the NBA there's a time limit to shoot free throws. I never knew this, but it's a rule.
Shoot free throw?
Yeah, you got 10 seconds.
Oh,
didn't know that.
Because like the Barry brothers will sit there forever and be like,
right, yeah, they got a whole routine.
Yeah,
remember Jason Kidd used to wipe his face.
Right, that makes sense. I mean, listen, I have OCD. I'm sure my free throw routine would be ridiculous. So, but yeah, it's a 15-second pitch clock now, and it's been doing pretty well overall. Oh, speaking of that, did the Astros win today?
No. Oh, today? I don't know. I've not watched it.
But they lose their first game?
They're 1-1. They lost the second one. Fucking correct.
Oh, they won big today. They won 9-1 today.
Oh, okay.
Damn it.
And the Rangers are pretty darn close to sweeping the Orioles, which I did not think would happen.
Hey.
Might get
don't be a homer
Texas
because you went to
ALCS.
Camden once. Okay?
There's nothing to do with that, dude. They had the best record in the American League.
Okay. That don't mean shit, dude.
It means they're really good.
It means they're really good, but what'll happen once,
Greg, you don't know what you're talking about. Stop it.
It's a new season in playoffs, regardless of the sport.
You don't know more about baseball than me. Stop it.
Usually the best team doesn't win.
Give up and listen. And Vince Russo saved wrestling.
I will.
I was talking that to Dan Brown, and yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'll throw it up the rail all the time, and every time he knows I'm joking, but it still pisses him off.
How dare you?
Jim Cornette is a hack. Vince Russo saved wrestling.
Why you gotta raise my blood pressure, Tim? Why
he also did say what I mean, he wasn't talking crap. He's saying what everyone says, that like your takes on Facebook are kind of ridiculous about no matter what it is. I'm like, imagine doing a podcast with him. Like, that's every day.
Yeah.
That's what the show is. Just radio.
I talk about how Eminem sucks. Logan was garbage. Geopolitics, which I'm always right on. Always.
Mm-hmm.
Never wrong.
John, it's not time for Hero of the Week. Also, I don't know if I have one. Let me check. I think I may have forgotten all about Hero of the Week this week.
God damn it.
Usually if I don't have one, I'll start like digging for one, and that's kind of when I get the best ones.
Did y'all happen to watch the UFC the weekend?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't got to the fight. Yeah.
No, we haven't. And
dude, one of the good for Bobby Green. Fucking just hit him with the left and got him. Good for him. I didn't think it was gonna happen. Good for him.
I think one of the titles you wanted to give on the show last week was Bobby Green's future execution.
The incipient, or like the pending execution of Bobby Green, public execution of Bobby Green. I love Bobby Green too, John. I do.
He wanted to have his dogs in the cage. I wish that could have happened.
Were his dogs at the arena?
Yeah,
nice.
Apparently.
Yeah, why not? The fight. It was the last fight. The last fight of the night. Whatever. It's different than if like dog comes in, takes a big shit, and there's no other. There's more fights. That's different, But it's good. Also, dude, one of the weirdest fights I've seen in a long time happened, and I loved it.
Which one was that?
Man, let me look at I forget the guys' names. It was on. I think
it might have. That might have been one of the fights that I missed out on because there are some fights that I missed and just started doing GTA race content.
I didn't see all the decisions because I didn't watch any of the fights until after the fact. But
Tim, I just want you to read John 209's comment real quick.
No, I went back too far. Geesh, how far back did I? Here we go. Green Dawson. Geesh. It was Manis and Mendonça.
I think I watched that one.
That was the one where the dude's whole game plan was to knee bar the guy, and that's all he had. He's like, I have one thing. I'm gonna knee bar this guy. I have nothing else. I'm just gonna get on my ass and try to grab his legs. It was one of the weirdest fights I've ever seen.
Actually,
I'm just sitting like, dude,
I did miss that fight.
Pulse, did you see it?
Which one was that?
Manis versus Mendoza.
Oh yeah. Isn't it pronounced Manes? But yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, Manes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
We don't, from watching our show, we don't pronounce things right.
Yeah, Pulse. Sometimes on purpose. Dresses to plessis. So, yeah, but yeah, Manes and Mendonça, whatever.
Oh, I told
one of the weirdest.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, it's one of the weirdest fights I've seen because I'm like, dude, I think he's gonna get it, and the whole time he's like scooting on his butt like a fucking dog with a worm and like grabbing the guy's fucking knee, and I'm like, he's gonna get it, but then Manes is just like pounding his face, and the whole time the guy's like just taking it and still trying to grab his leg. One of the weirdest fucking fights I've seen in a long time. I loved it. I thought it was great. I didn't know Manes was fighting at flyweight, or I would have picked him. He looked like a tiny bantamweight. That fight was so weird. Because I don't know if that guy was hurt because he just decided that he only had one way to win this fight, and it was the knee bar, and that's how he fucking fought, and it was weird. And I thought he was going to get it a couple times. I think he was pretty close a couple times. Knee bars are nasty, but yeah. Manes was just like fucking throwing hammer fists and eventually knocked him out. I thought it was great. I love fucking weird fights like that. I don't know. I thought it was great. Because you know why? Because sometimes a lot of them, they all look the same kind of sort of. Not completely the same, but it's nice to see every once in a while a fucking curveball fight. And I thought it was great. I don't know.
Pulse, what was it? What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say regarding the co-main, I told you guys about this guy, Joe Pyfer. I told you he's a future champ. Did you see him?
I didn't watch it. Didn't he win by decision?
No, he triangle choke, I believe, over Abdul Razak Al Hassan.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I forgot to watch that one. Crap.
This guy is like
Pyfer's no joke, dude.
I think he's the future champ. I think he would give Adesanya a run for his money right now.
Well, he has other things going on, I think. Adesanya right now.
Oh yeah.
It's another fight with that psychopath. But yeah, there's that.
I will say, your boy, I feel like Bro Plata should take credit for something, Tim. I feel like we, as a podcast, should take credit for Joaquin Buckley being on a 2-fight winning streak right now. I touched Joaquin Buckley. I asked him for a photo, and he's won ever since. We're magic. We're magic, Tim.
Because what would happen if you would have let him get on with his day like he was trying? He would have tripped over something and probably broken every bone in his body. So luckily, you saved him from that fate. He looked the best. Honestly, probably the best he's ever looked. Because like one of my favorite things about Morono is he's like the least imposing guy in the UFC, but he will piece dudes apart. Like, he's just really, really solid at everything, but he's not scary at all. But Buckley fought a guy who's like super technical and knows how to fucking fight. He fought him great, and I'm still a big Morono fan, but Buckley looked really good.
I do want to go circle back to something, and we'll talk more about Joaquin Buckley. But I was reminded of something in my high / starting to drink and then meeting at the middle. Fucking that triangle, that head and arm triangle choke that Pfeiffer put in. Everybody needs to get off of Mark Smith's ass after the stoppage, in my opinion. Because
what'd they say?
Well, people were. Maz was one of them. That when oh god, what's his name again? Al Hassan.
Yeah.
When he's going, you can see when he's in the triangle choke and he's like tapping. It looks like he's tapping.
Yeah, but it looked like a punch though, kind of.
Yeah. That's what I thought, and people were like, "Oh, what the fuck, Mark Smith? What the fuck for thing?" It looked like kind of he was trying to hammer fist out of it a little bit. I mean, you gotta give him a fucking break, dude. I mean, it does suck that the guy passed out and they had to cart him off, but he's fine. He's okay.
Yeah,
he got checked out. He's whatever. He's fine.
Oh, but I mean, as far as Pfeiffer goes, obviously the guy has knockout power, and now we see he has submissions. So, and plus he's just so big for 85. I think eventually he'll fight at 205. He's big enough to fight there now.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna watch this finish.
All right. Yeah, I mean, like Pfeiffer, it did look like a big mismatch body size wise between Al Hassan and Pfeiffer, because Pfeiffer's just a big ginger boy. Like that's a ginger Viking right there, dude. And
as far as potential matchups coming up, who would you like to see him against?
Man, I'm not going to give Mark Smith crap for that because he tapped in the same exact motion that he just punched him with.
Yeah.
And he did. So I'm not going to give him crap for it. And plus, great joke though. Hold on, let me take a look here.
I feel like every referee has a slip up, especially even Herb Dean. Herb Dean is pretty much the gold standard when it comes to refereeing. But over the years, he's had some questionable calls. We've
said it a bunch, but since we've done this show, we've talked about every major referee fucking up at one point. Every single one.
Yeah.
Dean, Goddard, Herzog, Peterson, all of them have fucked up. But the thing is, it's like how many fuck ups compared to
Chris Taione,
Angel Hernandez.
Well,
Chris Taione not that bad either. I love how Chris Taione will let a fight go because some of those fights turn around. So
no, I think we could all agree Yamasaki was the worst. Like Yamasaki.
Yeah,
or Steve Mazzagatti.
Yeah.
Mazzagatti, I think, was
still working in it.
Well, he was doing the horn and like clicker on the fight cards this past weekend. I called it out in the Holes chat.
Yeah, I don't know if
Yamasaki is solely responsible for John Jones' only loss of his career. So
yeah, but the thing is, you look back by rule, he wasn't wrong.
Well, it's just he was asking Matt Hamill, "Are you okay?" And it's like you don't realize Matt Hamill is deaf; he cannot understand you. So it's like I feel like you should know that before the fight.
Did you ever watch The Hammer, the movie about Matt Hamill's life? It's not bad, but it's like kind of cheap. And the guy who plays him, he's also in There Will Be Blood. Like at the end, he plays his son at the end when he's an adult. So he's a deaf guy. But interesting because his family on purpose did not want him to go to deaf school. Like he didn't even know sign language until college because he went to Purdue to wrestle, but then they realized they had a sign language interpreter for it, but he didn't even know sign language. So we had to go to another school. Like I understand the logic there. They wanted him to grow up normal. I understand that, but you got to learn sign language.
Wait, we're talking about Matt Hamill, right? What age did he learn? And like how would he have gotten through life? Like reading lips or what?
Yeah, reading lips mostly. Yeah, he didn't really know. He wasn't fluent in sign language until he was in his 20s. So yeah, he had to go. Yeah, because he originally wanted to Purdue to wrestle, but it wasn't working because everything was going too fast for him. You know, like when he was at school, I guess he was a smaller school and he could sit in the front row, and the teachers knew he was deaf, so they made sure he got everything. But his family was like adamant on him not going to a special school and him, I guess, not learning sign language all the way. So it's a decent movie. Like I said, it's a cheap movie, but it's not bad. They did a decent job with it.
I feel like that's a gift and a curse because so often people could be talking shit about you, and you know, I guess in a sense he can kind of understand it. Like he can't hear it, but he can see. If he can read lips, he can see what they're saying.
Did you guys see Coda?
No.
What's that?
No, the movie it won an Academy Award for Best Picture 2 years ago.
Yeah, no.
It's on Apple. It's a great movie. It's about a girl whose family is deaf and she's the only one in her family who can hear, and it's about her and her family. And it's a great movie. It's a great movie. And the actor who played the dad won an Oscar. I can't remember the woman who played the mom is like a famous deaf actress. I can't remember her name.
Oh,
Let me look it up.
I know you're talking about a real death in real life.
yeah.
What's the name? Marley something?
It's something like
Marley
that.
Matlin?
Yeah,
I think you're pretty. That might be it. Yeah, you're pretty
Yeah.
close. Yeah, Marley Matlin. Yeah, yes, right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
this
Marley
is why I'm
Matlin.
learning Spanish right now because I used to work as
Troy Kotzer is the guy who played the father who won an Academy Award. It's an awesome movie. Watch it. It's great. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Did you
No, I was gonna say that's why I'm taking up Spanish because I used to work for years as a prep cook in a kitchen, and I used to work with a lot of Mexican people, and like I feel like because there were these few old ladies like I could tell they didn't like me for some reason. And
Yeah, the look they gave you. That's probably the.
Well, often I would hear them use a phrase that I now know what it means, and now I get it. Okay.
Wait, whoa,
yeah, what
whoa,
phrase?
whoa.
Do we want to know what the phrase was?
I don't want to know. Is it a word
Yes.
for a color?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They
Yeah.
call me pinche mate, and I was like, what does that mean? And then I went home, looked it up, and I was like, you fucking bitches,
What does it mean?
fucking.
Oh.
The opposite of
Oh,
backward.
Lord. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not great. You ever see the
Not great.
you ever see the episode of Seinfeld when Elaine is going to the Korean nail place? She thinks they're talking shit about her, so he brings George's dad, who speaks Korean, as like a spy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great episode.
I met him in Vietnam. The one nail tech was like in love with him or something, or it was something like that. Yeah.
The show Seinfeld always had me wanting to try. I think it's called baklava or something like that.
Baklava. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that one episode where they were eating those black and white cookies. It just food on television makes it look so good, man.
The double dip episode really spoke to me. I learned a life lesson in the double dip episode.
You took a chip, you dipped, and then you dipped again.
That was the brilliance of that show. You just make a whole show out of a guy double dipping a chip.
No, but the one episode where Cosmo Kramer was out there pimping. You remember that?
I don't know if I remember.
No.
Oh man, he bought.
I've only seen a handful of episodes of Seinfeld. I've seen like
most
one
of them,
episode of
yeah.
Friends.
Nah, friend.
Um,
It was great.
But yeah,
Friends.
Seinfeld. Finally
You
watched
like
the Soup
Seinfeld?
Nazi episode. What? I don't hate Seinfeld.
It's great.
I think it's
Get outta here.
funny, but I don't know. I'm not really into it. It's
What about
There's no-
Curb Your Enthusiasm?
No juggalos. He won't watch it. What?
yeah. If no juggalos,
No wrestlers.
it's no go. That's what that. No
Were there any
juggalos
wrestler
must go.
cameos on Seinfeld? Any of those?
What?
Were there any wrestler cameos on Seinfeld?
Probably not, because Jerry didn't like. Well, maybe he would have liked WWF guys, but I don't think there was ever any WWF guys on Seinfeld.
I do love that one where George is talking shit to Derek Jeter and Billy Williams about hitting, and he's like crushing a ball at batting practice. It's like, yeah, we won the World Series. Yeah, in 6 games.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that show's great. Just the one where Kramer's accidentally gets the wrong license plate and it says "ass man."
Yeah, I remember that one. And the one episode where Jerry's dating this one woman, and like her face keeps changing from different angles. You remember
Yes. Yeah, I know that one.
that? Yeah.
It was related. The pilot episode is about him like getting said text. Okay, a call from a woman. Said that she's gonna be in town, and he like met her on the road somewhere, and he's like trying to figure out if they're like friends or if they're like fucking or like he has no idea, and he's freaking out because he's trying to figure it out. He doesn't know. I'm like, that's so relatable. So the whole show is so relatable, except for the fact that there's no black people in it, which is the weirdest part of it.
Well, his lawyer, Tony, what's his name? Tony Childs or something?
Yeah,
like that?
yeah. There was a couple, but the thing, like proportionally for New York City, it was very, very white, and you're like, this just doesn't seem like New York to me. It was very.
Maybe it was in a white neighborhood, Tim.
Yeah, I was gonna say they said the same thing about Friends, but it's like Friends took place in Greenwich Village, so it's like it'd be different if it was in Harlem.
If you took a group of how many were the main 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? There were 6 of them. If you took a group of 6 friends in the 90s and that age, I think most of them would have a minority in it. I think you would assume.
You would assume.
Yeah, but then
most of them. 51%. Yes.
I would have been more offended if they just had one token black character in that show.
Because in the 90s, he would have been like it would have been bad. It would have been coming in parachute pants, moonwalking.
Hey everybody, this is Jamal. This is our friend Jamal.
Jamal Blackman. Everybody, it's just or Token, like South Park. Sorry, Tolkien. My favorite part is now if you go and watch the old South Park episodes with the captions on, it says Tolkien on all the. It's great. They changed all the. Yeah, that's like a fun hidden one. You know what? Apparently, I'm not the only one who watches subtitles on everything. Apparently, it's like a big thing now. People watch subtitles with everything. I think it started with because there's so much more foreign TV and stuff, and sometimes there's accent issues. Sometimes, and now I've just kind of gotten used to it. I don't like read everything, and also because my mother sleeps, so I like my volume on the TV goes up to 100. It's on 7 out of 100, and I have the subtitles on. So,
well, now that I got cable, I stopped watching network TV, but I'm thinking about like just for nostalgia's sake, watching The Simpsons, like whenever Treehouse of Horrors comes on, because
I keep thinking about maybe just like start binging The Simpsons because I haven't watched 99%. 99% of the episodes of The Simpsons I haven't seen.
No, but I'm saying the show is still running, right? It's still
like,
I mean that show's been on basically my whole life.
Ryan Gills, Tim watches the fights with closed captions on. That's the one thing I don't watch actually. Sports I turn them off. I only turn them off for sports. Everything else I watch them. It's like when I go to the movies like today. I'm like, where the fuck closed captions, man? You get one of those things they have for deaf people. They have a little box.
Did y'all see at the end of the fight, Bobby Green actually had his dog at the arena, and he's like, "I want to bring my dog into the cage."
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Where were you?
Oh, okay.
We're talking about what if he's shit.
He's high. It's okay. I forgot that I said it too, so it's fine.
It's fine. I just watched a clip on Levitard. Like I think Pablo Torres and some people were talking about like how high everyone gets for certain sporting events, and they're talking about like I can get high for this, but not this. It's pretty fun.
But my question is, why wouldn't they let him do it? It was the end of the show.
Yeah, I don't know. I
think if he sits in the cage, they can clean it up. It's the end of the show.
Plus, they change Canvi.
That's true.
All the time. Like,
is that the plural for canvases?
I want to say Canvi.
I think it's canvases. Has to be canvases.
But no, yeah, they should have let him have. That would have been a fun moment to see like Bobby Green and his dogs.
Sure, it would have been amazing if it took a fucking shit. It would
have been real funny if the dog came in there and just bit DC.
That would have been funny too. But I think probably the reason they didn't do it because like wouldn't a sponsor be pissed if a dog took a shit on their logo on national television?
Oh my god, it's right on the Monster logo.
At least piss on it. That'd have been great, man.
Like if I was I wouldn't freak out.
If it was a
sponsor,
Prime
it's
logo,
hilarious.
I would be all for it.
Oh.
Like if it was the Prime logo, absolutely.
Dude, they couldn't risk crypto.com taking a piss on it. That's one of the things that Nagano talked about on Rogan is he had a big money-making deal with a different crypto company, and it was like almost signed. And then crypto.com came in, and the UFC's like, you can't fucking do this. And he's like, oh, man, like how many more, this is one of a billion things.
Find a way, motherfucker. Like
it's not allowed. They would not let him. This is a contract.
I'm aware, but
okay,
like
sponsors.
I don't know. Do something. Find another thing.
I don't know. I'm happy if he's happy, and I think he is.
Zero sympathy for that man. And when Tyson Fury embarrasses him, it's gonna be a fucking.
It's not going to be embarrassing no matter how bad it gets beat because no one expects him to win. No one expects him to do good at all.
I'm not saying that
it's not going to be embarrassing because no one expects him to do anything other than not die. Maybe
that public workout that I saw of fucking him hitting pads and shit, just like in boxing pose, he's fucked. Tyson's gonna piece his ass up so easy.
It's very possible he won't touch him. Like I think that's very possible. I think it's possible that he won't be able to land any solid punch at all.
No, because Tyson's head movement and his body work is amazing for a dude who's 6'9" and 260 when he walks into the ring.
I say all the time that it's unfair to compare people from different eras. All you can really say is who was the most dominant in their era when you say who the GOAT is. And number one, I think he is. But even I'm like, I can't say there's any way, shape, or form that any heavyweight in the history of boxing could beat this guy. I mean, maybe beat him, but he would not dominate him.
I totally disagree.
Who do you think?
Couple guys.
Well, besides the one I'm going to strike from you listing is the obvious one, because Tyson would have fucked him up big time.
That's one, but no, more than anything.
Who? Foreman?
George Foreman. Yes.
Foreman could have bullied. I think bullied Fury a little bit.
Well, I don't think he beat him. I'm not saying it would be a wash, but I think he'd beat him for sure.
What were you gonna say, Pulse?
No, I think Foreman knocks him out, man. I really do, man. It's like you said because of his movement, but like he's not the only heavyweight that's had good movement in his career. He's
the best at that size. No one's not been that big. That's one of the reasons no one's been that big. The Klitschko's, but the Klitschko's were boring. He's the man.
And I think Lennox Lewis could have caught him.
That would have been a good fight to watch.
I would love to see both those fights, but I don't think it. I mean, could have, but I don't think would have.
I wish
Wilder could have too, but he didn't. I don't think. Yeah, I don't.
I wish I could pull.
Overall, he's better than all those guys. Go ahead.
I wish I could pull a Kang the Conqueror and like create my own battle world, like my own place where I could put on fights from different universes. And one of those fights would be a prime Tyson Fury versus a prime Lennox Lewis. That would be the one fight I would break time and space itself to make that fucking fight happen if I could.
I mean, it's not like he's Pernell Whitaker, like he doesn't get hit. He's been dropped multiple times in his career.
Well, yeah. But with his style, it does happen.
Other than Wilder, other fighters have caught him,
Yeah.
So it's like, I feel like if George Foreman catches him with the power that he had, it's just different. It's like,
I'm not saying it's impossible. I just don't think it would happen.
I feel like men in the 1970s were tougher than men are nowadays.
Well, that's obvious. I mean,
I think Tyson Fury is plenty tough. I think he's.
But I do agree with Tim on that. He could work in any era. Honestly, he would be a fucking savage in any era. If he had his skills now, I think he holds his own. Does he win world titles? Maybe. But yeah, I think Tyson would be the man at least once in the 70s.
I just gotta say,
don't fucking sush me, by the way.
I was letting Pulse talk.
Don't sush me though. I didn't fucking sush you when you interrupted Pat. Although I
You
did,
should.
if you went back, you probably hear me go, Ray, let him talk. You probably hear me whisper that.
Probably, yeah.
I'm
That was
just
the
saying.
beginning where he was just going on a tangent, and Ray's like, "Stop talking, a guest." And I'm like, "What are you doing?" You only did it once, but I didn't understand why you did it. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say I like people. I've heard people shit on Tyson's strength of schedule, but like,
Mike Tyson.
as far as Fury goes, other than Wilder and Klitschko, he doesn't have really big names. I mean, he's beaten a lot of cans, you know.
He's fought everybody that will fight him. I mean, it's not his fault Joshua won't fight him. He's been wanting to fight him forever.
Yeah, Eddie Hearn runs from fucking any Tyson Fury talk anymore. Oh, he'll flap his fucking gums, Eddie. I'm looking at you, Eddie. I'm gonna clip this. We're at 2:20, and I'm gonna look at Eddie Hearn and go, "You've been fucking ducking Tyson Fury for almost a decade. Stop it, you fucking idiot." Sorry, I hate. He's cancer. He's the Oscar De La Hoya of heavyweight promoters. He's awful. Eddie Hearns.
He's the Jim Cornette of what?
I was gonna say, speaking of fantasy
Vince Russo.
That's also another question I wanted to ask Pat, like, because he was the original welterweight champion, right?
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask him guys of his era, because I was looking at some of his fights. He's had some good fights. His knockout of Shoney Carter was one of them that I watched. But I was going to ask him who from that era who would do well in contemporary welterweight. Like who does he think?
I'd probably say him. Which
yeah,
I would think he would do really well. Him of Frank Shamrock.
Anyway, what I was trying to
noted racist Frank Shamrock. What? I'm not saying
what
anything.
I was trying to say before. When you were talking about like if you could break space time to make those fights, there's a show on. I put it on for like 2 minutes on HBO. It's like a CG animated show, computer animated show on how like what if there was a portal and you could break space time to have these NBA players like play each other one-on-one from different eras, and it's a cartoon or whatever. But like the first one was Kevin Durant versus Larry Bird, and Larry Bird lost to Kevin Durant, so I shut it off. I'm like, well, this is horse shit. Done. I'm like, not watching any more of this.
Yeah, no, that's
like, that's enough of that.
Well, hey, speaking of that, I just saw a post, and I want to get your guys' reaction to it. In a 2v2 game, who do you think would win? Karl Malone and John Stockton versus Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash.
Oh man, that'd be good. Fuck, that'd be good. I'd probably go Malone Stockton. I think that was the best. Man, those guys made each other so much better.
Nowitzki and Nash, because both of them.
I'll tell you what, that'd be fucking great. Man, that's a good one. Because those are like the two best point guards, I mean, in my opinion, ever. Yeah. And you're talking about, well, the matchup would be how Dirk and Malone would go one-on-one, or that matchup. That would be
I think Malone would definitely try to like be more physical.
Also, we play in full court or half court because that actually matters a lot. Because no one was a better running forward than Karl Malone. So
I'm assuming the question was meant for like a half court game, just like say 50
different.
or something.
That's honestly different. I would say I'd go with the Mavericks on in a half court game, full court Jazz, because I honestly think that matters that much.
I'm going Nowitzki and Nash because both of them shoot threes, whereas Malone and Stockton, neither of them really were great.
John was scored points if he needed to be the guy to score points.
He was an assist.
He usually wasn't. I know, but the thing is, if you needed him to score points that day, like if Malone was out or Malone was stopped, he would score your points for you if he needed him to. I don't wonder his career highest, but it's in the 30s. Because maybe higher than that. I will look it up actually.
I feel like Nowitzki would score 30 easily. That's just like if he just hit 10 3-pointers, that's 30 points. So if it was going to 50, I feel like that would be a wash.
Yeah, I mean, I would just pick Stockton and Malone because of the WCW connection to Karl Malone. So that's
the other thing. I used to think Karl Malone was so jacked, and he is. But when you see him next to like guys like Scott Steiner and shit, it's like he's
His
really not.
chest, it
34.
like if you go back and watch the Bash at the Beach that him and DDP are fighting Hogan and Rodman, the two smallest chests in that fucking thing are Rodman and Malone. They've got like thin chest compared to even like DDP.
I take 2 seconds to look something up, and you guys are like wrestling. I like look away. You guys are like,
Well, I said I would pick him, or I would pick Malone just because he wrestled for WCW for a hot minute. So
that's like me watching a toddler, and I look away for 1 second, and they're drawing on the walls. That's what's going on.
I made a star, Daddy.
Yeah, that's that. But no, John Stockton's career high in points was 34. But I've only actually ever been to 2 NBA games, and one of them was years ago when Nash played for Phoenix, and I'm very, very happy that I got to see him play because it was whack, dude. He would go in the paint like a fucking rugby player. He would go hard and then it would collapse, and then he fucking dish it out to Merriman or somebody. It was crazy. Like, I haven't seen anybody else play like that. And I didn't realize it until I had a good overhead view of it, because we had club seats that day. I had a good view of like of what he did to defenses. I didn't really realize it until I saw him live, and it was fucking great. And I'm really happy I got to see him play.
Okay, I've got another fantasy matchup for you guys.
All right.
2v2. Who wins? Magic and Mike versus Kobe and LeBron.
I think Kobe and LeBron, because of those 4 people, I think LeBron's the most likely to pass.
I
think.
no. I think Magic and Jordan worked so well too on the Dream Team that, like, the thing with Jordan is Jordan would be just shit talking LeBron the entire time.
Exactly. Not only
breaking
that,
LeBron's will with
Is there a
every word
referee?
and jumper.
Are we doing the street style? We have to call your own fouls, because that's a totally different game. I think we need a referee for this. I heard a joke like that.
Is it a 90s referee or like a
It's
current referee?
Tim Donaghy. I heard a joke that Hell is having to play one-on-one against James Harden, and he gets to call his own fouls.
yeah, I any game that Michael Jordan plays in, I just cannot see him lose his will to win. I just don't.
And
see
Magic, think about him
And Magic,
posting
too.
up, like posting up against Kobe. Like, if we're talking like pre-AIDS fucking Magic, yeah, then he's gonna.
I mean, people forget he's 6'9", 240, so he's bigger than LeBron.
Did you hear like the legends of those like pickup games that would happen on the set of Space Jam?
Yeah,
Like, yeah, like, I mean, not just the guys who were in it, but like people would like realize, felt like, oh, the Michael's on the fucking set and he's fucking playing pickup with people, and people like stars would come down, and they probably had like, dude, just hardcore epic battles that no one saw.
Oh,
that had to
yeah.
be great. That'd be great. I wish I was fucking flying the wall there, man. That'd been great.
yeah,
Just,
that would have
you know,
been.
And also, like back then, you know, each team had like a star, right? So they probably even had more, the kind of pickup games they had. They probably were fucking amazing.
Who was
Sean
the one,
Bradley dunking on fools.
Who was the one Russian guy for the Kings that was in that movie?
Vladdy Diak.
Yeah,
Russian,
that's
but
it. Yeah.
Vlade Divac is one of
Lithuanian, I think.
Vlade Divac is one of 2 NBA players that I know of that smoke cigarettes. Well, yeah, 2.
He looked like the kind of guy that would smoke them on the court if you let him.
Yes. I just need a little more. I'm sorry. I'm almost done with filter.
He's that half court for the tip at the beginning of the game. It's like just puts it in like
Ball boy, come here. Thank you. Grab this while I tip off. Thank you.
tip
Okay,
off
I'm
and
back.
ashes somebody.
Well, him, and I was surprised to find out, of all people, Stephon Marbury used to smoke Cools, man.
He looked like a Cools guy though.
Yeah.
Like
One time when I was 20 and I was in a band, we all went to Stephen Barry's and we all bought different colored Starberry jerseys. Stephon Marbury Starberry jerseys, and we wore them at a show, and no one else thought it was funny. We thought it was hilarious.
Do you want to know?
Like, we're Team Starberry tonight.
They had a Stephen Barry's at Katie Mills Mall. Have you ever been there, Ray?
No, not that I can remember.
Well, it's they're no more. They're I think they shut down. But
Yeah, we used to have one at our mall too. That place was a shit. Everything was $7.99. It was awesome.
yeah, well, they had like right when they were going out of business, they had a clearance sale, and I remember I bought like 25 jackets because they were all $5 a piece, and they had
Nice.
They had some pretty good like college Letterman jackets. I had the Miami, the Duke.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So mainly because I'm fat and I don't give a fuck. I'm not much into fashion. Although when I lost weight, I would try it a little harder. But now I'm like, I don't give a fuck. But I was watching some of the first John Wick, and at the beginning of that movie, he wears this like burgundy leather jacket. And I'm like, that's fucking cool. I'm like, I gotta find me a John Wick jacket now because that's a fucking cool jacket.
You wouldn't wear a Browns Letterman jacket?
Oh, probably I would. Yeah, I saw the jackets that they gave out to the season ticket holders this year are pretty sweet. I wish I could get my hands on one of those. Those are pretty cool. I have an old Browns jacket that I can't fit in anymore. That's fucking awesome. It's old. It's like from the '90s, but it's fucking sweet. I'm trying to sell it.
You remember Starter?
Yeah. This was a starter.
Those were great, man. Back in the day, everybody I knew wanted the. I wasn't even a Charlotte Hornets fan, but I wanted the Hornets jacket just because
that blue one,
the honeycomb.
Yeah,
I had to pull over. I had to pull over purple Mighty Ducks one.
Oh God,
I was the coolest kid. That one was sweet.
We had an Astros starter that was a pullover with the fucking gold star from the '90s. Think we had a Penguins one, same thing. That was like a giant pullover starter jacket that was Penguins right on the chest. Those starter jackets were dope. I'm not, but like
I like those things too, man.
Those were crazy back in the day.
Man, I wonder what else. I definitely had the Mighty Ducks one. All right, I'm gonna get more drink. We'll be right back.
All right. I think I still have we have some Browns jackets here in the house, like because my family woke up around the time that we were becoming Pirates fans as Penguins fans, so we just kind of adopted the Steelers as our like third team.
Do you have a lot of like jerseys and such?
No, we didn't have jersey money. We had like team T-shirt money. Like that was the kind of stuff I grew up on. Was like fuck ton of Penguin stuff, Pirate stuff, like off-brand Steelers shit you could get in the strip district in Pittsburgh for like $15. You know, that kind of shit.
Do you still have them though?
We have some of them. But we've moved. We had a flood, so we lost a bunch of shit, and then we moved to the house I'm in now. And yeah, we still have stuff, but finding it is the bugaboo that we're having.
Oh, okay. The only reason I asked is because I have a Poshmark closet, and like I'm looking at the prices in different closets of retro gear.
Yeah,
and a lot of things are selling. A lot of things that you wouldn't think would like. You remember Jinko jeans?
Yeah.
People are paying like $500 for a pair of Jinko jeans.
Oh God.
Yeah, and I remember. Go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say. I remember when they came out, they were like $50, and I thought that was expensive then. But the markup on them now because they're vintage.
Yeah.
So
it's scary, dude, to see the shit that like we grew up on. Like Jeanco was a bunch of my fucking douchebag skater friends and juggalos. Like that's the people that I knew that wore Jeanco jeans. The goth kids, they'd have like the belt, or the chain wallet that's attached to like Jeanco. Or do you remember Trip with 2 P's?
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. Like a lot of those shirts, like Quicksilver and Billabong, these things are selling for like $50 a piece on Poshmark and Etsy and stuff. And or not Etsy, but what's the other one? But yeah, so it's like I had a bunch of these shirts, and I wish I had saved them now because they're worth a lot more money now.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, You have
You don't have any wrestling shirts? Because some of those Steve Austin shirts, they're like going for triple the price now.
I wish I still had it. The only shirt I still have, it's somewhere in the house. I don't know where it's at. Is my vintage 1996. It's almost 30 years old now.
Wow.
NWO t-shirt that I got at a Monday Nitro at the Wolstein Center in Cleveland, Ohio, where like AEW does their shows every once in a while.
Yeah.
It's on the campus of Cleveland State. And my dad bought me an XL NWO shirt.
And you still
when I
have
was
it?
like, yeah, it's somewhere.
Oh,
Somewhere in the
man.
house.
Bro, I'm gonna send you a picture. I'll show you. Somebody paid on Poshmark nearly $300 for the. You remember the old Steve Austin one where both of his arms were snakes?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a rare shirt, though. That's a rare piece of cloth.
Yeah.
That one I gave. I actually did. Speaking of Jim Cornette, when I met Jim Cornette, I gave him my like early '90s, like late '80s, early '90s Jerry Lawler Undisputed World Heavyweight Championship shirt. Just because, like, I wanted it to be somewhere where I knew it was gonna be like legit. Yeah, and where it's going to be taken care of, and Jim gave that or took it, and it's in Kentucky now. It's in Louisville, so I'm very, very proud of that one. That was one of my like prized collectibles. But now I just collect wrestling magazines.
I mean, hey, those might be worth something too. Everything is sold on Poshmark, like comics.
I was about to say it's like $30 maybe for one, like probably the most expensive one. I was like $30.
Oh, okay.
It's from like 57, like 1957, like the early days of professional wrestling and stuff like that. There's actually a picture of Eddie Graham, the Florida promoter, when he's John L. Sullivan. It's one of my favorite magazines I have, and I have some comic books that are worth a couple $100 right now. But I'm gonna be in the hodl gang on that one.
Do you have the Death of Superman?
No, I don't. I have more modern stuff like New 52. I've got a bunch of New 52 stuff. Some Deadpool comics. I have the last issue of the Infinity Gauntlet upstairs in my room. It's like it's probably my most prized comic book that I have. Huh? Watch your whore mouth.
I've been trying to figure out what to do with my sports memorabilia for a long time.
Poshmark,
Poshmark. You can. I'm telling you, it could be a good side income for you. Not saying you need the money, but if
I'll be right back.
No, I need the money. But what is it called?
It's called Poshmark.
Spell that, because I don't know what you're saying.
I'll send you a link in the Discord.
Okay, cool.
To my closet, yeah. Like people are making bank on there, just selling.
I don't have a lot. I don't have a little, but like, and a lot. I like to have. I like to have things to put up here, but not all my stuff. I like my bobbleheads and stuff, but like. I have a couple things, but I'm like, I was thinking about giving them to my friend who's moving. He's trying to move, and if he gets a man cave basement, I'm like, dude, that's a good place to put it. I'll fucking give it to him to put in his basement. But I have a couple. I have an framed Albert Bell poster that is signed, and I have a framed Jim Brown poster that's signed.
Did you happen to collect cards? Numbered.
What?
Did you happen to collect cards?
Yeah, yeah, but I don't have the good ones. I don't have the good ones. Yeah, nothing really. I mean, I have if anyone wants some Michael Jordan baseball cards, I have all those. It's like those are like the coolest ones I have. I don't have anything great. Actually, my favorite card is like an Omar Vizquel. It's not like a rookie or anything, but it's a misprint. It has his wrong date of birth on it.
His what now?
His date of birth on his card is wrong. Because I remember looking at his cards, I had a bunch of Omars. I'm like, why is this one a different date? And I looked it up, and I'm like, oh, this is just a misprint. I don't know if there was probably a decent number of those that were made, but And I don't know if anyone cares, especially Omar Vizquel now got in some trouble. It's going to keep him out of the Hall of Fame, but I don't know. I think it's kind of cool because obviously they didn't do it on purpose, right? So,
Well, I was asking Ray. I'll ask you. Did you happen to collect any jerseys or anything?
Nah, jerseys.
No. Okay.
Nah, no, not really. Just yeah. I mean, I still have my baseball cards, but they're in boxes, and I mean, they're not worth anything, you know. I'm trying to pawn them off on my niece. I'm like, you want some baseball cards? But yeah, no, I don't have anything really. I mean, the coolest things I have is that Jim Brown poster and the Albert Bell one. And I have like some balls. I have Albert Bell ball. I have sign ball. I have Lou Boudreau, the old Cleveland Hall of Famer. I have one. I probably get about $100 out of that probably. And the Albert Bell, and I have a bunch of autographed baseballs that I got when I was a kid, but that's about it. Nothing crazy.
How about Mo Vaughn?
No, I don't have any. I probably have Mo Vaughn cards, but I don't have an autograph. No, a bunch of the Cleveland guys. I have a ball with like Vizquel and Ellis Burks. I don't know, whoever was on the team the year we went to spring training. Which, man, I would love to do that again, dude. I'd love to go to Arizona for spring training. Fantasy camp. I always want to do fantasy camp. That looks fun. But yeah, I have like Vizquel and Ellis Burks, Coco Crisp, like everybody that was on that team.
Coco Crisp, man.
That was his rookie year. I remember correctly.
Why do you still have anything Omar Vizquel?
Because other people's names are on it.
Ah, okay. Did you guys in Houston?
Chief?
Or no, or this was because of I think the Indians were so good. Do you remember the baseballs that like McDonald's would give away?
I have those somewhere. I think I have them. Yeah. I have a whole set.
Do.
Yeah, I have a whole set. Somewhere. I don't know. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Mm.
You remember? I don't know if we talked about this before on the show or not, but I'll ask you, Ray. Did you ever go to a Casa Olay, a restaurant called Casa Olay?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember much of Houston except for like being in Mission Bend and like, you know, maybe going to Galveston every once in a while and playing with the gigantic chess set that's there. That's like pretty much it.
Well, the reason I asked is because they used to have these famous commercials with you remember Jose Lima, the pitcher?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rest in peace to him. He used to do these commercials for them, and they were really funny. I'm gonna.
I think you've shown those on the show, haven't you?
No, I can't remember, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I know. Like I don't know. Remember maybe because I know one time we went to the rabbit hole of bad athlete commercials, and that was great. That was fun.
I think
we found
did.
that Jason Campbell one with the guy in the headdress. That was great.
Okay, well, yeah, these were really famous around these parts because he would do his catchphrase at the end of the commercials. He'd be like, "Bolive!"
That's hilarious.
Man, I haven't seen a good athlete commercial in a while in Cleveland. Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them are like the acting so bad. Like they had a bunch of Browns offensive linemen in the Spitzer commercial, and they were like dancing, and it was so bad because it was just.
Yeah, the Spitzer deal shuffle or whatever the fuck they called it.
The Spitzer Shield, and I don't know, something like that.
Spitzer Shield Shuffle, I think, is what they did call it.
I'm like, what? No, don't. No,
that's AIDS. It's so AIDS.
I still want to get an NIL deal for Bro Plata. I would like to get a college athlete, anyone. I would like a D2, like third stringer. To like be the face of Bro Plata.
I like it.
$50. You want it or not?
Oh man, you should see the old Nolan Ryan commercials for DFW Chevrolet. He'd be like, "Is your credit throwing you a curveball?
Oh,
come on down here to DFW Chevrolet. We're gonna get you in something nice."
Oh man, dude, the best is the Brett Saberhagen shuffle. That's the best. I know we watched it on here before. I'm pretty sure we might have to pull it up again. Pulse, are you on the?
He doesn't have the controls apparently.
No, I'm logged in, but I'm gonna take a photo of it and show you guys. I don't know.
Yeah, if you could.
Okay. Well, someone needs to look up Brett Saberhagen shuffle. Well, I guess I will. All right. Because I'm pretty sure we talked about this before, but it's worth bringing up again. Because this one's pretty ridiculous. Actually, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm not going to. Maybe I will. Yes or no? Saberhagen.
All right, sir. Yeah, athlete commercials in general are just always kind of cheeseball fucking. My favorite parody of that one ever is the Happy Gilmore one with Subway, where it's like, talk about a hole in one. It's the perfect encapsulation of what an athlete commercial really is.
We showed this before. I'm not. It's just Brett Saberhagen rapping, and it's terrible, but it's hilarious.
What about the Bryce Mitchell?
That one was good. That was great. I think the funniest one we found, I believe, was the Jason Campbell Redskins one.
Yeah, with the black guy that was
and the headdress. Yeah, that was ridiculous. Paul, have you seen that one?
No, wait. What is that about? That sounds hilarious.
Okay. I think I have to show. I think this one is gonna have to be the one we pull up because.
Hold on, what's the name of the guy?
I'll find it and send it to you. It's
Wait,
Jason
this
Campbell.
is a man who's not Native American wearing the headdress.
I believe.
And did he get canceled? Or
Probably not at the time. I don't know. Jason Campbell car ad. Here it is. Perfect.
Pulse, did you use the link? Did I give you a guest link?
I used the link that you gave me a messenger. I think that's what this is. I don't. But I'm like when it says log in, it says log in, and like where it says
But the code and everything I sent you didn't like take you over to.
Well, so you sent that to me on my phone, and then I used that.
Did you do that in your phone and not your laptop?
Yes, I'm not on Messenger on my laptop. But I sent the link from Messenger on my phone to my.
We'll get you hooked up on your laptop before we go tonight. Because you did it. You're a guest. That's why you don't have any.
Oh, okay.
That's why, man. God damn it, Pulse! How dare you? How dare you? Just how dare you? You ragamuffin! You. How dare you? Do things. I don't know, dude. I'm fucking so exhausted.
I sent you that commercial.
I'm going to Facebook right now.
Ray, what are you drinking?
So it's gonna suck, everybody. Just to let you know.
What are you
Heineken?
drinking? Oh, okay.
I wanted to drink more last night, and this was like $7 for a 4-pack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a Heineken tall boy. Hold on. Oh boy. All right. Click the link. Close that one. All right. Share screen. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. Let's go.
Yeah, speaking of getting canceled, did y'all see Patrick Mahomes' brother when he they did the tribute to the late what was that safety who passed away for the Redskins back in the day? Sean Taylor?
Maybe.
Yeah, he like they had a little memorial for him, and Patrick Mahomes' brother did like a TikTok dance right in front of it or something, and it's like
that kid, man.
Yeah, I really don't like that guy, man.
No, no. ESPN just put a tribute to Barry Melrose.
Barry Melrose died?
No, he has Parkinson's though.
Oh shit!
So he's not. He retired. But I forgot that we have a problem with when you try to play videos. But we can give it a go, I guess.
I didn't hear about that, man. I'm not even like a hockey guy, but I know about him.
Yeah, man. You know the slick back mullet hair. Like, I look like Barry Melrose every time I come out of the shower. Is Ray frozen?
I can't tell.
I think so. It looks that way.
Maybe he's playing with us.
Nah, you can't go that long without blinking. Yeah, there he is.
There he is.
There he is. You were frozen for a minute there.
No, everything fucking froze. Like
Ah,
everything. I need a new laptop, but like
I've
I
been saying
don't
that
have
for
money
3
right
years.
now.
Yeah.
I know. I just haven't found a laptop that'll work. I'm gonna probably take this in to get Geek Squatted tomorrow. So I get paid tomorrow. Yay!
Hey, you know what? I will give Ray credit. Getting Pat Miletich on the show before the fight. You know what? We tried to get him.
Goddamn right, baby.
To get a hold of him for months on end, but he did get it done before the fight. So
Yeah, it worked out. Now we need Gene Walker back on.
oh yeah, I haven't heard from Gene for a long time. I don't
Neither have
know if
I.
he's on Facebook anymore. I don't even know if he's alive. He probably is. Hopefully he is. But who knows? So we can't play the Jason Campbell video.
No, yeah, because my shit was just like completely freezing, going in and out, cutting in and out completely. It was bad.
Best show on the
The
internet.
internet, yeah. Or I might just grab my mom's Chromebook and get a fucking converter, like a USB converter because she's got
It's a
one
bummer.
of those
'Cause I was
small.
ready to laugh real hard at that because that was
I
pretty good.
know, and I'm pissed. I'm
I want
like,
to look it up now. Who was this again?
It's
well, here,
Jason
Pulse,
Campbell.
do us a favor then. Log out of this. Log
Is
out
this going to be able to work? Because every time I try to log in, it's a pain in the ass.
and log into. Come in on your phone real fast. We're gonna get this done on air. Come in on your phone, and we're gonna fucking fix this shit.
Coming on your phone. What?
I'm coming on my phone. You know, that's a weird thing that I found on the internet that guys do to like women they like that are like amateur porn stars.
Oh, God.
They send like tributes, and one of them is just a rope on their own cell phone screen.
Yeah. All of that culture weirds me the fuck out.
Dude, I love the culture so much because
No, you
it's
do.
extremely strange. The things that happen in those kind of
happy,
circles
like-
is odd.
Ray and I are both fucked up, but like we're not that
It's
guy.
just funny that they
Right?
call it a tribute. Like the porn star would see it and be like, "I'm flattered." That's
Yeah, like oh, you know, I just dropped some baby batter, and all of a sudden it's like
That's
ugh.
the same reaction that you give when your cat drops a mouse in your bed. It's for you. Like that's thank you. That's exactly the same.
I want to do a joke now about that, where there's like tribute pictures, where it's just like you do realize you have to. The saddest part about that is taking like a wet rag to your cell phone screen. Like, do you use a wipe? Like, what do you do at that point?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. You just put a screen protector on, then just peel the screen protector off. I don't know.
Yeah.
Put a new one on. I don't know.
Yeah, but you know you can never put it up to your face again. It's always gonna be speakerphone or wireless headset.
Yeah, you're like snowballing yourself. Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah, you don't want.
I tried to think of like I don't know if there's anything there, but today because I was at Piata. Yeah,
Okay.
Piata. And this is like really like fit yoga mom or whatever, and she's like, I think I'll just have a salad with like this, and she had like a really specific order, like she was like just came back from the gym or whatever, right? And I don't like, it'd just be funny if I just went up and just like order the exact same thing she did, and just be like, yeah, you know, the same thing I always get. Because he's like trying to be really health conscious. I'm like, yeah, the 300-pound guy also eats the exact same thing you do, so it's not going to help you at all.
All right, real quick, let's do this.
It's a oh Lord, look at this.
It's two pulses. Hold on, I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna mute your mic real quick.
You also muted your mic.
Mike, damn it. Ah. There it is. Oh wait, edit mic settings. Hold on.
Last 2 times I went to the movies, I saw a preview for this. Like,
Oh,
movie
turn your
about,
mic,
like-
turn your volume down. Turn the volume down on the phone. Oh,
It's down. It's down. It's down.
Mm.
I swear it's down.
that's the noise that ruined the computer with tennis shoes.
there it is. Oh, hold on.
This is
Oh.
not working.
No, log out of your thing on your laptop right now. Leave the
I
studio.
remember, don't worry. Oh.
All right, Pulse. Are you back to the main screen now?
On my phone, yeah.
Well, no, I meant on your
okay.
laptop. Are you on the main screen of StreamYard?
Oh, okay.
Live tech support on Plata.
Okay, so I'm at the StreamYard where okay, I'll show you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, do a close up real quick. Like close. Just go down a little. Put the camera down a little bit. Pull back out a little bit. Yep. That's so weird. Wait. Click the StreamYard logo real fast.
The duck.
Yeah, the duck.
The duck.
See if it goes to another page. Oh no, it goes right to that. That's interesting. Huh. There's no login code or anything. It's just got the stuff on the side there.
Yeah, no, and it says well, like if I go to my account.
Is it Plata?
No, it's my email.
We'll fit. Oh, well, log out of your email.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah. 'cause
Oh,
you gotta be
okay.
in-
Yeah, log out of your email and use our email that I've sent you in the past.
Okay, I'll use that, but then it's gonna ask for a password, and I don't want to say it on air. So what you want to send it?
Well,
you
it's
wanna
not a
text it?
password. It's a
Not a
passcode
password.
that I will
Yeah.
email or I will message you.
Okay.
Be honest, I wish it was a password. It'd be a lot
Yeah,
easier.
go
'Cause
use here.
I gotta get.
Use
I don't have.
@broboplata.com or @broboplata@gmail.com or
Okay.
broboplata@gmail.com if you ever want to email us questions or just like shit talk us like a bunch of people do.
Your dicks. Whatever. I mean, I'd rather you not, but
Horrible.
Okay, so I'm gonna log out on my phone now.
you look like Tay Zunde right now.
No, log. Keep
Chocolate
here until we get this squared away. Did you type in on your laptop broboplata@gmail.com?
Okay, one second.
A moment right now to talk about how good of a name Bro Plata is. We have to do that every about what month or so.
Yeah, it is a
'Cause
great name.
Yeah, dude. I thought it was funny at first, but like the longer we go, I'm like, dude, that's a fucking good name. Like I heard other podcasts, I'm like, this is a fucking sweet name. You did good, Tim. You did good.
You did.
But I was looking at Fiverr, like just thinking about logos, and I was looking, man, a lot of these people, I think it's like Vector they use. A lot of them look a lot the same, and for what I try to get for this logo, that's what I wanted for a placeholder for now, and it's good. I like it, but for like I said, I want a logo that's more us. I think the only way to do it is I got to find an artist, like an actual artist that wants to do something with us, because that's I know kind of in my head what I
I
want.
just messaged you the code, Pulse.
Okay.
And everything I'm seeing on Fiverr is not what I want. I have an idea.
Okay.
I kind of want it to be caricature faces of both of us, and then the writing Bro Plata, and maybe the tagline nonsense with a side of combat sports, and then maybe something else. But like that's my first thought. But I'm like, we need an artist that can do their own thing, caricatures. And also, I don't know the name of it. I think it would be cool. What's like the reverse silhouette, like the face silhouette? You know what I'm talking about? Like if we just had, it was just
Like
like
the
my hair,
Andre the Giant thing.
a little bit, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, but like yours, it'd be you see the hat, the glasses, and
Yeah.
the beard, and me, it would be the hair and the facial hair, and it would just be that, but not our eyes or anything. It would just be the facial hair. I don't know what
Okay,
you
I'm
call
with
that
you.
though.
All right, I'm taking you off here, and I'm gonna put you back on.
Yeah, the
on
Andre the
regular.
Giant thing has this fake, has his eyes. No, what I'm thinking, it's not the eye. It would just be the hair. And
Okay, yeah.
yeah, that would frame. Right. I don't know what you call that, or else I would like. I've been trying to figure it out and ask for like a $5, but I don't know what it's called. Like I know what I want, but I don't know what it's called. Actually,
Well, you'd have to describe it, wouldn't you?
maybe because a lot of those people on Fiverr are from Indonesia and stuff, and
Yeah,
some of
let
their
'em do
like,
it.
which is fine, but some of their like
You're making them
descriptions are
rich
like
with your
are, like,
$3.
broken English. Dude, some of them are fucking dirt cheap. Even like their Prime packages are like $40. I'm like, geez.
Well, actually, I wanted somebody to do the audio because I'm doing like a mini doc on my channel about a guy named Bodhi Rahama, but I don't want to use my voice. So I'm thinking, can I use somebody on Fiverr? But I don't want like a
I
strong.
got a guy for you. I got a
I
guy
don't
for
want
you.
a strong Indian accent.
I got a guy for you.
Okay.
Yeah, his name's Dylan Teeter. I will get his information and send it to you. He's a good friend of mine.
I was gonna say if it's heavy Indian accent, I could talk to Raj Suresh for you.
No, he said he doesn't want it.
Oh,
Not to be racist or nothing, but I just
I know a guy. He's from here. I basically he's a little younger than me. He's my brother's just, but I basically grew up with him. He's a great guy. I got into stand up because of him because he started before me. But he lives in Thailand. But all he does is Fiverr voice stuff now. That's like his day job now. So I will get his shit for you.
Okay.
And if you don't want to use them, you don't have to. But I just and I'll give him find his page for you. And what time is it in Thailand right now? Actually,
it's tomorrow, Tim.
I know, but what time tomorrow? What time is it? Yeah, I'll give you his stuff, and if you don't want to use them, that's fine. But like I said, he's a good friend of mine. So,
Nope, not what I wanted. Hold on.
Well,
I'm sending you in the Discord that video, by the way,
Okay.
so you can screen share it.
oh, it's 9 a.m. So 11 hours. So I could probably message him.
Oh, wrong thing. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, there we are. It's in the Discord Messenger direct message.
Okay.
Oh, my hand, Tim. My hand. I don't know what's happening. My left hand. Maybe I do need
Dying?
to follow you into the anti-inflammation league with fucking
Maybe.
with Pat Miletich.
Maybe.
Start doing DDP yoga again.
Oh, I want to get into that, man.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun. It's only like $100 a year to get like everything you want. So it's nice, but yeah, you have to dedicate yourself a lot to it. Like you have to literally take accountability, which I'm obviously not doing in my day-to-day life. So, because of what I do, but yeah. You got the screen share and everything underneath you now?
Yeah.
Yay! See, we fix problems, Tim. We don't cause them.
Well, I heard that DDP yoga. He's like saved people's lives. Like he's
Yeah. It's
like Pat Miletich is going to save mine. The only thing I do worry about is that I don't know if I'm going to be able to afford the things he's going to tell me to eat. That's why I need to get on the food stamps again. I think I qualify, so I'm going to try. 'Cause that would make a big deal. That'd be a big deal. Because I honestly don't really have enough money to buy my own groceries. I don't.
Well, yeah. Get fucking.
Whoa, Jason Campbell. I remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played for the Browns at one point as well. But
He went to Auburn. I remember.
Yeah.
Him. Okay,
Yeah.
you ready?
Yep.
I've been having a serious problem, and I just don't know what to do. You're the only true person that I can come to with this.
What's troubling you this week, Jason?
There's too many options, and I just don't know what to do.
Everyone in your position goes through this, son.
So what do you suggest? What is the answer?
The answer is you can't go wrong with buying a car from Easton.
Let Eastern Motors put you in a car today. Let Eastern Motors finance it all the way.
What a good one. That's such a good one.
Oh God.
I bet you got the heat for that.
I always thought like if I was an athlete, like if I developed the ability of telekinesis and I used it to be the best tennis player in the world, when I was doing endorsement deals, I would do what Kobe Bryant did and like make them let me write my own commercials.
Wait, he used to write his own commercials?
Oh, at the end there he did, yeah.
Wow.
Because he has his own production company and he ended up winning an Oscar before he died, so he did. Anyway, I found out today that there was an at-large like seat up for my city council because I looked it up and I if I knew that I would have ran because I didn't know that. And it pisses me off that I didn't know because I legitimately wanted to run for city council. I guess I was looking for my ward seat, but it's not up for like 2 more years.
Oh, okay.
Because if I knew that, I would have ran because I'm not joking. I want to run. And even if I mean, mainly because I want to just have like make a ridiculous campaign, but also I would absolutely like to do that job. I live in this town. I'd be fine at that job. I'd be able to handle fucking city council.
See, here's the thing though.
But
imagine the ads that are run against you, and it's shit from this show, like Brown Recluse.
Anyone who digs deep enough for Brown Recluse, I'm fine with that. Dude, that get me votes in T County. You kidding me? Anyway,
probably.
Anyway, but what was I gonna say? I was gonna say,
politics.
Oh yes, all 3 of the people running for that seat are registered as Republicans.
Okay.
So So I'm saying if I don't think I'd win, but I would get however many all the Democrats would vote for me if I put Democrat, but I probably honestly would put independent.
Yeah.
I don't feel enough to like fucking. Also, around here, people hear the word Democrat and they think something that is, like I like guns. I go to 2 weeks, a week from Saturday is talk to my dad today for an hour and a half, which could be a record. That's good. For another gun raffle, and I hope I win.
Nice.
I told my dad, I'm like, well, usually this is the thing. Like, if I win a gun, it's like, all right, Dad, how much will you give me for this gun? That's usually how that works. So it's me winning cash, right? Like one of the biggest guns, like a $1,000 gun. If I offered to my dad for $800, he'll take that on the spot, So that's $800.
Hell yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping happens. However, he can't because of like state laws and whatever. They won't let him have a handgun. I mean, they will let him, but it's all a pain in the ass to like try to transfer a handgun. So I'm like, well, if I win a Glock, I'm gonna keep it. I think so. If I'm supposed to have a gun, I will get a gun. I'm not gonna buy one, but if I win one, I will take it and keep it. Will I keep it loaded? Probably not. No, I'll keep it at home, but I probably won't keep bullets. I'd be like a show gun,
Yeah, a show gun would be nice as long as you didn't have. Well,
I just think of that day, like a year or so ago.
Can you pass a background check for bullets, or do they not have background checks for bullets?
Well, they do for the gun. I mean, at this gun raffle, they won't give you the gun until you pass the background check. You're not even allowed to touch it until you pass it. You have to sit. Somebody's there from like with a computer. They make you do it at the thing.
Okay,
but I'll pass. I passed before. I have a gun on my name. My dad has it now, but it's on my name because I won it a couple years ago when I won it.
Yeah, I remember that gun.
Yeah, the Weatherby. But my sold to my brother, and he traded it to my dad. So it's in my name still, and Dad's not going to bother changing it. It's not a big deal to me either. It's not illegal. That's fine. I'm allowed to sell him that gun without changing his name. That's not illegal somehow. But that's that gun show private seller loophole that's what people want changed. Like gun show private seller loopholes. That's what they want changed. Because you could legally sell a gun to a criminal for cash, and you didn't do anything wrong. So someone can murder somebody with that gun, and you're off the hook. Because it's not illegal to sell that to them. You don't need to know if they have a background check or a felony or anything. I don't know. I don't like it.
I think like they should just have like tablets. I mean, you could pull up a background check
right
immediately now.
Right.
If they pass said background check and all the shit, sell it to them. If they kill somebody with it, Oopsie. Like,
I think that would be another way to do it, is like if they had an app that made it super easy for people to see if
Yes.
people like like put your
I
name
agree with
in,
that.
or like I don't know what's something they can't fake license number, like driver's license number, put it in there, and they're like, yeah, you can sell this guy a gun. That's not even like it's funny. Like a lot of people I know that are pro gun are like for that kind of. I mean, that's why I told my brother. I'm like, dude, you don't know. You're pretty far left on this issue. Honestly, you might not think you are, but you are.
Yeah, I'm for sensible, but I'm not for banning outright of any gun.
Me neither. Although I'd be fine if they didn't make AR-15s anymore. But and it's grandfathered the ones, and only also because the ones that now exist would be worth a lot more. But no, did Pulse leave?
No, he's back.
Okay. Because anyway, we're talking about guns, Pulse.
Okay, I have a couple of those.
Yeah, what do you pack? You comfortable telling us that?
Yeah, I got some. I got a Ruger 9, got a Trey 5.7, and I inherited a couple shotguns. I got a
nice
Mossberg pump, and
ooh,
also a hunting rifle called a 30-30. So
yeah, 30-30.
I have no idea. I love guns and I love shooting them, but I'm not I don't know brands and models and shit. But I love guns. I do.
Did you see the episode I did with a gun in my hand like a couple years ago? Did you see that one?
I was gonna ask. Well, no, I didn't. But I was gonna ask. Can I show those on YouTube? Is that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if they're not loaded and you're not doing anything with it,
Number
why
one, even if
not?
they were loaded, but yeah, as long as they're legal, and they are, so right. So,
are you sure?
Yeah,
yes, I've done it before.
Dude, as long as you're not implicating yourself in crime, we're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're just showing them off to show them off. Show those fuckers off, dude. I want to see them.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second.
It's pretty baller, dude.
Dude, again, one of these times, because we're gonna keep going to them. Maybe next year, we need to get you down to one of these because they're you would have fun because they're fucking fun. Like, and also, like, I want someone else to like find the things funny that I find funny, and like the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff like that. That's
the things you've told me about these gun raffles. Like,
fun.
I will bring $200.
That's about what
buy. What?
It's about what everybody spends. Probably my brother probably drops a couple $100 on there. Yeah.
I'll drop a couple hundo on that and see if I win a gun and
tickets $50.
Take the money.
What you get? Number one, you get a chance to win. I think it's 12 guns with your ticket. Your normal ticket is 12 guns and a couple like $200 cash prizes. So that's for the 50. That's just for the $50. And if you win once, they put it back in. So technically, you can win more than once. And that's how I won the Weatherby. There's also side games you can play and stuff. I probably won't be spending any money this year. But there's side games and stuff too, but for other guns. And you get to eat as much food as you want, and it's usually pretty good. It's usually grilled chicken. It's pretty solid, and beer, as much beer as you want, and they have 1,000
for
beers.
$50,
dude. It's a great.
That's a deal at half the price.
Yeah, dude. It's honestly. Like, they're not trying to they're trying to raise some money for like 2 youth events they do. It's mostly like a night out that they do, and it's fucking fun. I love it. I have not seen a non-white person there in the 4 times event. So I was trying to get Thomas to go with me. Paul, you need to come to Ohio and go to this gun raffle with me.
Okay, that sounds fun. I like gun shows.
Dude, it's a raffle and it's fun. My dad drives 6 hours to come to it every time. Like, it's fun. And not even a big gun. Like I said, last time I won a gun, I sold it to my brother, who traded it to my dad. It was a Weatherby 12 gauge, Weatherby Element 12 gauge, and it was like a $600-$700 gun. So,
I bought an extended clip one time from a gun show in Ruston, Louisiana, and it got us out of a ticket one time because we had it in the car and we got pulled over. The cop searched our car and he's like, "Where did you get this?" And we explained to him. We showed him the bill of sale and everything. He's like, "This is illegal. You cannot have this." And he took our IDs and was running them. And we were like really in a hurry to get back home. So we told the cop, we're like, "Yo," and I didn't have any warrants or nothing, but I was like, "Yo, if I give you that mag, can we leave?" And he looked at his other officer and they were like, Yeah, okay.
Ah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's funny. It's like,
also, no, I gotta read it. I gotta ask again. Are you sure I can show these?
yes.
Positive.
Listen.
Again, as long as you're not shooting anybody while holding it, we are legally good.
Okay. Well, so here it is.
Nice.
Whoa.
Oh, sweet.
That's
Look at
pretty.
that barrel. That barrel's huge.
Yeah, put the full barrel in there. I want to see that in the light. Oh God. No, move it to the left a little bit.
Yeah, because we can only see half the barrel the way.
Yeah, we can
move it
only see.
to
Yeah.
your right. To your right.
Oh God. Yeah.
There you go.
Keep going the other way. Other way.
There you
Other way.
a little
Keep
more.
going.
There you
Oh
go. Yeah.
my God. Look at that sexy thing.
How long is that barrel?
Like 12. It's like a foot.
Yeah, dick length, huh? And that's that's a good barrel.
It's on the fence, and then I got a
Pulse when he's on dates, they ask him, is that a gun in your pocket or are you just happy to see me? And he goes, both.
True.
Got a Ruger 9mm.
Here you go.
Ooh, very nice.
You know what? I'm going to, because Pulse will know, I'm going to find the tickets to this event I'm going to a week from Saturday, and I will tell you the guns that are up for raffle that I might win. Just to talk about it. Fucking Scioto.
Those are pretty pieces, though, bro. Like, I
Well,
really.
these are. Just want to make this clear. These are just for home defense. These are.
You're doing nothing
Again,
wrong.
You're not. There's no implication, and you were holding them, so it's fine. Steven Crowder does shows with fucking shoulder holsters, so you know we're fine.
Oh, you know what? I think does he? That makes sense.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Listen, there's nothing. I mean, this is America, dude. Like,
That fucking psychopath.
You'd have to do something really crazy with guns to get kicked off the internet.
Yeah. There's gun shooting videos, which that is a hell of a rabbit hole to go down. Have you ever done that, Pulse?
Oh, I don't need that in my life.
No, but I feel like we're gonna get demonetized now.
No, we're not.
No. Plus, we're not even monetized. It's okay.
Yeah, anyway, first of all, yeah, that's not a problem at all anyway. But why can't I find? What am I looking for? Screenshots, right? I'm angry because I can't find this ticket. I'm gonna find it.
Haha, you can't find things.
Well, I would be able to if the internet was being a little less weird. Oh, here we go. Silo Sportsman's Club. There we go. The Gun Bash. Dude, I've been trying to get rated this thing for like a couple years now.
It's just been money. That's all it really is.
Yeah, and now I can't jump. All right, here we go. Okay. So these are the ones I can wait, hold on. Is this nope, that's the wrong one. October 7th.
God damn it, Tim. Find the right thing.
I know.
You fuck.
Wait,
man.
That's not the right one. Oh, here they are. Okay, got it.
Whoop.
October 21st. Okay. So these are the guns that I can win with my ticket that I already bought. Henry Golden Boy 22 mag.
Okay.
Ruger 9mm EC 9S. Is that kind of like what you have, little Ruger?
Yeah, Ruger 9. Yep.
Yeah. Mossberg A35.
Okay.
Combo. Glock SF 10mm. That'd be sweet, dude. If a Glock.
That.
Ruger 1020. Henry Silver 22 LR. 450 Ruger Bushmaster. A lot of these are hunting guns, but
yeah.
American Tactical Silver 20 gauge. Ooh. Over under. No, a Taurus 1911 45 ACP. Ruger American 350 Legend combo, and then Henry Big Boy 44 mag. That's $1,000 gun at least. Some of these are most of those guns are probably over $400.
Oh,
even the Glock is. So usually, what I was telling Ray before, it was if I win something, I probably sell it to my father or my brother, like I did with my gun, because I don't really need one. I don't hunt. But and my dad is, have I told you this before? Is like a giant gun collector. He has triple digits guns. His gun room is insane. It's that
I do want to see this gun room one day.
He would love to. He loves to show it off. He does.
I want to see it.
And the dude, the bullets are the most impressive because he buys bullets for guns he doesn't even have. Because he knows there'll be shortage and he hasn't said anyway, like the apocalypse happens, my dad is a rich man.
Oh yeah, your dad's sitting
that's where
on
you go,
fucking,
right?
and he's got shit to back people up from trying to steal it. Like,
right?
That man.
I got a
Does he have
question.
claymores?
I don't know, but I don't think so. But I was just gonna say before you, it's just that if I want a handgun, I'll probably keep it, but everything else, anyway, keep going. I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna ask. I feel like I've asked this before, but just in case I haven't, I'm just gonna ask you now. If The Purge, you've seen the movie The Purge, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
If this thing happened in real life, would
Nope.
you leave town for 24 hours, or would you stock up on ammo and guard your house?
I'll get the fuck out of there, dude.
Get the fuck out of Dodge, kid. Like,
yeah, no.
What are possessions at that point
I don't need that
besides
shit in
weapons?
my life.
Like, that's
No
all
way.
you need.
But you do realize that the purge is like nationwide. So no matter where you go in America, the purge is happening. So wouldn't
I'd be one of the billion people, millions and millions of people in either Mexico or yeah. I mean, I'm sure most Americans would get the fuck out of the country for that day, and I would as well. That'd be my vacation week. I'd be in Haiti that week, or anywhere that
Well,
would
if it's
take me.
worldwide, though.
No, he said nationwide.
Nationwide. You go to Canada or Mexico?
Oh yeah, I'd run somewhere. I'd be
yeah,
out of the country that day.
Yeah,
I would probably be
you wouldn't be the
Mexico
only
for me
ones.
and
You
Canada
gotta like
for
be
y'all.
creative. What? Sorry.
I was gonna say just because of proximity, it would probably be Mexico for me and Canada for y'all.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be the only ones. You're talking about millions and millions of people trying to get in Mexico and Canada at the same time.
Oh yeah.
So
Well,
if you have the means,
I would take a 2-week vacation.
yeah,
for,
if you have the means to like get on a plane and go somewhere else, anywhere else, we'll do it. Yeah, but yeah, every year, 100%, get the fuck out of there. But man, Purge, no thank you, no thank you.
Yeah, I'm good.
I don't need that. I don't need that.
No,
sorry, I don't.
I mean, because all crime.
Although Ray would be excited because he could drive.
the laws are suspended, my love. Let's move.
Who can get me on a show the night of the Purge?
I feel like most men in America would be okay. I think women would be the ones that would.
Oh yeah,
and me as well. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you handed me that gun, I grew up around guns, and my family are gun people. But if I don't know shit, like if I want a handgun, I'm gonna have to have my brother teach me how to use it properly. Although in Ohio now, I think like Texas, I don't need any paperwork to carry a concealed carry anymore, which I think is ridiculous. It used to be you had to take a class, which made everyone feel better, including the people in my family that are very pro-gun. They're like, yeah, we felt better when we knew people knew how to use them when they had them. Now it doesn't matter. So whatever.
It's like a camera. You just point and shoot.
I know, but I'm talking about like I wouldn't know how to unload it, load it. I wouldn't know any of that.
Really?
Dude, I avoided that, all of that.
Really? Oh,
you never had a pellet gun as a child or anything?
I did, but I don't remember anymore. Yes, I shot guns as a kid. I shot real guns as a kid, but my brother was into it. I was the one who wasn't into it, and I just forgot all of that. So I mean, the gun that I won at the raffle, I never shot it. My brother even said, "Hey, you want to shoot it once to say you shot it?" I'm like, "Nah, I'm good." I haven't shot a gun in a long time. Last time I shot a gun was years ago. I was in Pennsylvania. My cousins decided to like have a day where they're going to shoot their guns, right? And they all got their craziest guns out. And my one cousin has a 50 caliber, and I'm like, that's a cannon, dude. I'm like, I have to fucking shoot the 50 cal. So I made some like giant holes in the dirt with it, and that's about it. Like, and that was on a lead sled, so and all I did was just pull the trigger, you know.
I think that should be some content, like side content that we put up on the channel, like Tim's one shot, and he has to shoot a gun of any like somebody's choosing, and I would choose your father for pretty much all of them, and just have you shoot one time with all of his guns. I think
Listen,
we would get a big gun friendly demographic, which I'm okay with.
I
That
still want to
reminds me
shoot
of-
the Tommy gun. He has a Tommy gun, and I still want to shoot that.
When you mentioned one shot, that reminds me of that scene. Have you ever seen Harlem Nights?
It's been a while,
It's been
but
a
yeah.
while, yeah, but
Okay. Well,
no one
that
liked
thing-
Harlem Nights.
You don't like it?
No one
Excuse
did.
me?
No one liked Harlem Nights. Didn't that eat shit?
Oh man, that was a classic movie. It might have done not great. at
It's
the
a
box
cult film now more than
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. Well, it had legends of comedy in it. It had Richard Pryor and Eddie Murphy in it. You know.
Do you know
Yeah.
how cool it was in my lifetime to be able to meet Pops?
For real?
And he was in. Yeah, dude. I got to work with John Witherspoon when I was at the Cleveland Improv.
Yeah,
as
how
a
do you think he
doorman.
died?
Yeah, that's a story for another day that involves the river. It happens. But no, yeah, John Witherspoon. And anytime anytime he'd come into town, I would always try and watch Harlem Nights. So I could at least remember his scenes as well from that movie. I love John Witherspoon. R.I.P. R.I.P. Seriously, R.I.P. to a fucking legend. Also, you mentioned Dan Brown. That's the worst I've ever seen Dan Brown do was on a John Witherspoon weekend.
No white person we know would have had a shot. Possibly anyone, really.
No one was doing well. Not even the fucking feature kid. No, the feature was bombing hard during his set.
Dude,
They were all there to see John.
That's what the improv gets like that though.
Yeah.
Like at the funny stop, like when I worked with Pauly Shore, everybody was there to see Pauly, but they fucking loved me. They fucking loved Bill Baranki. Like,
yeah,
they were just pumped for comedy, man. They knew Pauly was coming. Like, you're allowed to laugh at everybody.
What's the Houston improv like? Is that still around?
I'm not sure. I've never been. I know we got. I think it's the Laugh, or they have an improv, and then they have you're talking about like a stand-up comedy, or were they actually
Club,
Yeah.
stand-up club, an actual club, yeah, stand-up.
Yeah, well, they have some. They have. I think it's the Laugh Stop. I think that's the name of it. But I've
Okay.
never been. But I want
Laugh
to.
Stop still around?
I believe so.
Wow.
What was the one that Hicks used to do? Hicks used to start at. Is this not there anymore though? Is it? What's something door? Something I forget.
Oh, Houston Comedy Club, Bill Hicks.
I know recently. What's the guy's name? You might be a redneck. What's his name?
Foxworthy.
Jeff Foxworthy. He was in town.
Well, I mean, that's a demographic thing more than it is.
I'm waiting for Foxworthy to come to the Kent Pack here. They haven't got him yet, but like I'm waiting because I would go. I'd 100% go.
Oh, I would go to see Jeff Foxworthy. Fuck yeah.
I have a lot of respect for that guy. I think he's legitimately funny. His last special was just like old man stuff, but it wasn't bad though. I mean, that guy's fucking killer. He has been for a long time. If you talk shit about Jeff Foxworthy's comedy, I would like to understand why. Oh, dude, Liz Blanc, remember Liz?
Yeah.
I was on Instagram. I saw a reel she posted, and I laughed. So I was in my bed with my mask on, my CPAP mask, and it almost fell off. I laughed so hard. Just like, Liz's, what's the nomenclature? The best way to say she's very pretty, but she's bigger. She's big. She's a big lady.
Oh yeah.
But she is pretty. But she's really funny. Anyway, she was talking about her gym in LA and how there's a lot of like good-looking people at her gym, and she's like, I was on I'm gonna butcher it, but she's like, I was on a treadmill, and this like hot LA lady comes up, and she's like, you know what? Keep going, you'll get there someday. And people are like, she's like, yeah, tell this bitch how a treadmill works.
That is a good joke.
So hard. I'm like, that's such a good fucking joke. It was so good. I lost my shit.
I miss Liz. I'm
She's
not
great.
gonna lie.
Nah,
like
she's
she
great,
was one of the
man.
best comics to come out of this city for a while.
I was talking.
By the way,
go ahead.
the Comics Annex, also known as the Comedy Workshop.
Comedy
It is now known. It's a high-end liquor store called Richards. You know Richards?
That does sound familiar. Was that is that downtown or is that?
Sure. I don't know, but it says the Comedy Workshop is now a high-end liquor store or liquor and wine store. So Pulse can go to a place and buy a liquor and wine that had some of the legends of stand-up comedy go through that place. Like Sam Kinison went to the Comedy Workshop a lot, and the Comedy Annex.
Yeah, I that documentary I watched at Hicks was great because like he had like a farmer's license, so he started going like he started driving his friends down to like I think it's the Comedy Annex, yeah, when he was like 14 or something. But it's so crazy to think that he was only 31 when he died.
Yeah, he looked old as fuck. You fan of
People in
Bill
the 90s
Hicks?
did though.
Pulse, you a fan of Bill Hicks at all?
Bill Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I'm too familiar with him. Bill Engvall, I know him.
Here's your sign.
Yeah, I think he's hanging him up. I think Bill Engvall.
Is he?
Yeah, I think he just
I'm
says
surprised
last
it
tour.
hasn't had. No offense to him, but like,
Yeah, people
Blue
still show
Collar
up.
was like, but Blue Collar was sort of his
How
swan
fucking
song.
huge was the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. Like that's one of the honestly one of the things that probably got me into stand up when I was young. Probably. Yeah. I mean, seeing those guys. I mean, and the problem. And honestly, well, listen, I don't have anything against any of those guys.
I like them all. I like Ron White. I like Larry.
Ron White's fucking dude. Ron White's fucking he's a master, dude. Ron White's the shit, and he's retiring too. Finally, he said kept saying that, but he said he is. So
y'all remember for a little while, Larry the Cable Guy was on the verge of becoming like a very big comedic actor. Like,
he's still actor, yeah. But it was weird because he had to like act as his character. It was weird. It was very strange.
Yeah, they tried to make him into sort of like what's his name, Vern. Where Vern? What's his
fucking Jim Varney.
Yeah, Ernest. Yeah, it was trying to make him into like an Ernest character. You can't do that with that guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was strange. But no, to this day, that guy sells out wherever he's going. And I like that he does interviews as himself.
Yeah.
And it's not, I don't give him crap for doing a character. The thing is, I would as well. I mean, geez, if people said they wanted to see, I mean, I'm not, hypothetically, if I was the person who played Lord Thoven the Wizard, which I'm not, but if I was, and someone said they wanted to see Lord Thoven, I would do Lord Thoven full time if I was that guy.
That's what the fucking story podcast should be.
Well, wait, I've never seen his real voice. I know Larry the Cable Guy is a character, but does he not talk like that? Like
no,
he puts about 35% more twang in it. He's
more twang when he's out of character, or
no, when he's in character.
More when he's in. Yeah. Oh, okay. The first time I remember him breaking character and it being like, holy fuck, who is this guy? He was on the Ron and Fez show on XM satellite radio back in the day. And he worked with the Ron in Ron and Fez on the Ron and Ron show in Florida. Like he did characters and stuff like that for that show. And when he came on Ron and Fez, he knew Ron. So like it was pretty much just like a casual conversation. And I had never seen him out of gimmick before or heard him out of gimmick. And for him to come as, I think his real name is Daniel or something like that.
I want to say it's Kevin. I don't know. Well, look, I'm curious.
But he talked about, being Larry the Cable Guy and all that stuff. You didn't scare them away, Pulse. You can always just address them, by the way, like on screen.
And you're right, Daniel Lawrence Whitney.
Yeah, Daniel Whitney. because that was his original
How old?
stage name.
How old do you think he is? By the way,
Mid-50s.
60. He's 60 years old.
What?
Wait, Larry the Cable Guy?
Larry the Cable Guy is 60 years old?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
That means he was in his 40s.
40s, dude. It's fucking hard, dude. You know how fucking hard it is. Dude.
I
was
do.
In that case, Cedric the Entertainer's got to be around that too, then, because they.
Oh, he's probably older.
You know, black don't crack.
Raymond.
I was hoping for that so bad.
I know that's why I stopped and did it before I made my point. Because I knew you wanted me to. Because when you did it, I understand.
I
the
just
dynamic.
looked up Cedric the Entertainer's age.
65.
He is. How old do you think he is?
65.
No. Pulse.
Oh man, well, I mean, if Larry the Cable Guy's 60, he's got to be around that, I would think. Yeah.
Okay, just throw out a number.
60.
No, he is a. You guys are. Pulse was a year off in the. He's 59.
Huh.
Fuck.
Yeah. He would have been. Then he was probably pretty real young when he did Kings of Comedy.
What year did he do
Kings of
comedy?
Comedy?
Yeah, because like Blue Collar, that was just like Kings of Comedy, except
for white people.
Yeah.
Although those people make everyone laugh. I mean, King's Comedy, hilarious. Gene Walker told a great Bernie Mac story when we had him on. That would have been a great guy to meet too. Bernie Mac was fucking sweet, dude. That guy was great. And he was just starting to like be a big movie star too. He finally had a leading role in something, Mr. 3000. He figured he would have had more.
Good movie. I forgot about that when we were talking about baseball.
You know what? Not bad. Honestly, not bad. Not bad. There's a lot worse. And I like the concept. I thought it was pretty funny. Like a losing team was just like, dude, let's put this 47-year-old here, give him some at bats to be a I'm like, they would fucking do that. I feel like they would. If a team was in last place and they wanted to sell tickets, the Pirates would do that.
No, the Nuttings would never pay any kind of amount of money.
No,
we know this.
No. I'm saying bring somebody back who's way over the hill.
I mean, baseball is the
get
only
three
sport
hits.
that you could get away with that in. You couldn't like do that in any other sport. Like they've had people in
No, you would die in other sports. Yeah.
well, hockey. Yeah, I guess hockey too.
Gordie Howe played until he was in his like early 50s.
I mean, I remember what's his name? Used to play for the Braves. Franco.
Julio Franco. They honestly don't know how old he is.
How old is he
they
now?
Said he was 47, but I feel like they don't know for sure. I think he may have been in his 50s. They don't know for sure though. He was like Fasta Carmona. They don't really know how old he is.
Yeah.
Fasta Carmona. I remember that fucking controversy.
Well, the same thing with Miguel Tejada. They looked him up and come to find out not that his name was fake. He's really Miguel Tejada, but they found his original birth certificate and he was like 5 years older than he claimed to be.
Did it really matter? And I guess the back of his career was kind of shady, but
he won MVP one year.
He was great. Yeah, with the A's and then with Baltimore, it was good.
Yeah, the Orioles. Yeah,
it was good. Where were we before that? Before Mr. 3000 comedy,
Blue Collar Comedy Tour.
I was talking about Dan Brown. I was telling Dan, I'm like, dude, the people who are like killing it, headlining now that have been around as long as I have are like him and Mary. I'm like Mary Santora, by the way, if I haven't mentioned it, everyone needs to check her out, and Dan Brown.
I had a debate about Mary not being funny last night, and it just was enraging.
What piece of shit? Never, you know what?
Going to a UFC with him.
Oh, he did that again? He's still trying to die on that hill, huh?
He's dying on that hill hard.
That's fucking...
Although he watches that Ed Fishman or whatever the fuck that guy's name is.
Bassmaster?
Ugh.
Has he been to one of her shows? Has he been to a Mary? Although I feel like at this point he would, like, even if he enjoyed himself, he would lie about it.
I would never bring him within 100 miles of a Mary Santora show.
Mary Santora, December 20th, New Philadelphia. Everybody come. But
5 Barrel Brewing.
Dan and Mary, they work harder than everybody else. I'm like,
Oh,
it's not like
yeah.
a fucking secret. Same thing I was talking about the softball. It's not a secret. However, does everyone have a ceiling? Sure, but I'm like, if I worked as hard as them, I'd probably be in their spot too. I feel like possibly.
I hit my ceiling about right before COVID. So
Maybe you did. I don't think I never did. So like, but I never try hard. I never really work hard, and I'm so fucking rusty. And I found that out fucking at 5-barrel. Fuck. Oh, my dad asked me today. He's like, I see your ads for those things. Like, if people go to he's like, I didn't realize it's like right by your house, isn't it? I'm like, yeah, Dad. It's like 3 houses down. It's great because they gave me free beer, and I just stumble home.
that is a good trade-off. Like, I wish there was a fucking brewery by me that I could do a show and just
But
walk
I feel
to it.
so. I mean, I apologize to everybody. And they know, like, they're like, dude, we're slow altogether. We've been slow lately. And it's like, I'm like, I don't know what else to do. They're like, they were real nice about it. They're like, it's not your fault, but I felt like it was my fault, although I couldn't have done anything else.
You
know,
you have ownership in that show, which means you care at least. I mean, you want to make it better.
I get paid no matter what, so.
But you want to bring people into said bar. That's why there's a show out in Berea that I used to actually do a show at the venue, and I am desperate to get on that show and just unload all of my feelings now that I don't host that show. Where it's like, I remember this moment, or I remember this moment, I remember this moment, and all the fucking make jokes about it because it's me. Like, I would blame the whole thing on me. But yeah, no, it's hard. Promoting is hard. That's why I don't do it anymore.
Yeah, and I also thought about like doing a deal with places about like, if they sold tickets. If the places sold tickets, I would gladly do a deal. And I'm like, you just have us, and you try to promote us best, and let me have ticket sales.
Yeah.
I would do that.
I think a door deal's fair at that point.
I've never done a show like that. I've always done free shows, but for the most part, every once in a while we had a cover, but like nothing crazy. And I don't know. I expect. I mean, the one you went to was pretty good, attendance wise. I think
it was a great. No, that was actually a really good attendance for that show. And
the first two before that had more people than that. So it's gone this way, but I think it's because of the weather. Like, we had an unseasonably warm October 4th, whatever, when we had that show. I don't think we'll have a problem getting people for the next one. I don't think, but I'm really worried about it. It's not till December 20th, but it's merry and it's Christmas, and I hope it's gonna be good because it's merry and honesty. And I think I told Marty Drexler he could do a spot. I think I told him that. So.
Well, if that's the case, then yeah, Marty should start promoting that shiz immediately.
We will, probably. Yeah, he'll be on break. Yeah, fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. Promote, Marty. Fucking help this poor fuck out. Help him help you.
I just want the bar.
I love you, Marty. You're an awesome
do
guy.
well. No, he came to the show last time. He stayed for like the whole thing.
Still. Fucking he's Marty Drexler. He lives 5 minutes from your house, and not even. And everybody, he's not to blow up his spot, but he's a fucking teacher. Everybody knows who he is, or at least is friends with him on Facebook.
Yeah, if I give him, I'll probably put him on the poster too. Yeah. Usually I don't put the guest spot on the poster, but I'll put him on the poster.
Yeah, put him on the poster. It'll sell.
Yeah.
Because it's local.
Want it to be good, and Mary's just like, well, dude, fucking Dan. The time that Dan went on, some people left, not because they didn't like the comedy. I don't know why. Some people were old people. I didn't start that late. Started 20 minutes late, which is I would have done anyway. Anyway, point is, Dan Brown for 10 people fucking did the same I've seen him do for 200 people, and I'm like, dude, fucking pro. Yeah, and I thought
Dan's hilarious.
Yeah, and the people who were there really enjoyed it. It was just one of the dads from the softball team came, my niece's softball team, and he enjoyed it. He's like, yeah, man, I'm definitely gonna come to the next one. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's not your fault. More people didn't come. It's not. And the guys, that's the one thing if you pay anybody a little money, dude, they're gonna give you like their shit. Even if There's 10
Watch,
people.
this is like this show. Once you put Marty like on the poster, immediately like everybody shows up, and it's one of the most packed shows you've ever.
Listen, that's what I hope. I hope that we have too many people.
Me too.
I hope that we have too many people. It
'Cause
wouldn't be that many. Like over 60 where we don't have enough room.
I want you to have a March show so I can be on it after my OVI. Like,
Yeah,
I
when
want.
They didn't want to do a November show because they haven't been doing great, I guess. And I'm just, yeah. And you know what? The thing is, I'm more expensive than a lot of the music artists. Not all of them. I mean, some of the bands are more expensive, but like for Wednesday, it's
Yeah.
I mean, I
Still.
say me, but it's not going to me. Some of it is, but
Still,
where'd Pulse go?
I would love to do that. Pulse is somewhere. I don't know. He's probably tending to his dog, man.
But he
He's got to
didn't
feed
tell
his
us.
dog and shit.
He didn't tell us.
Why are you being why are you being a fucking negative Nelly?
I'm not, but I'm having fun. Are you having fun?
I'm having fun. I'm getting tired, but I'm having fun.
No, well, I was gonna have another drink, but I don't know. You know, that's why I was asking where Pulse is.
Yeah, I don't know. He's just off the he's off the grid.
Can I have another drink?
Yeah, go grab him a fucking drink.
Can I get another drink?
Yeah,
oh,
go.
you know what's funny? Dan was trying some shit, which is completely fine because he was killing anyway. But like, he did a thing how he wants Jesse Ventura to be president.
Yeah, I do too. I want it bad. Do you realize, like, people thought fucking Trump was wild. Imagine Jesse Ventura
listen,
going, he died like a dog. I didn't care because I was in Vietnam, okay?
I'd rather have Jesse Ventura than Trump 100%.
I guarantee you, the aliens.
Well, listen, before he was president, he had a lot more experience than he did. Well, I mean, not now.
I want to see the 9/11 files. Give them to me.
I feel like Jesse Ventura cares more about other people. Trump does not care about anyone other than himself. And you cannot convince me otherwise. That guy doesn't give a fuck about anybody. He loves him.
I've seen things that are to the contrary, but okay.
All right. You think
from
he cares
people
about
who've met him?
All right, maybe he has his moments, but I honestly believe that guy's a dangerous narcissist. But we're not gonna get political. It's not. That's why
the word that I was gonna say is fucking obviously. He's a goddamn billionaire. Like the man loves money. I'm not gonna say he's not a narcissist. The man ran for president. For fuck's sake.
most of them are. Why would you run for president?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's all a vanity project. You know, you can't really look at politicians and be like, oh, that guy is a narcissist. Like, or a comedian. Like, you can't look at us, me and Tim, and be like, oh, that guy isn't a narcissist at all. No, we crave attention. And people who have a problem with a guy like Donald Trump, in my opinion, to have a problem with him being a narcissist and all that. That's how he fucking made his money. He's like, I need more. Like, that's a personality trait. Like, should it be there? Debatable, depending on what you do with it. You know, Bill Gates shouldn't be a narcissist, but he is. And what I want you guys to do is do me a favor. Whether you're watching this after the fact or you're watching this live, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're new. We appreciate you guys being here. As always, we've made it this marathon. We're not going to make it 4 hours. I'm going to cut it the fuck off at 4. But, yeah, I mean, we're glad to be here. Thank you to Moss, by the way, bro. Like, showing up in the chat. Appreciate it. Seriously, because I did forget about that Pat Miletich thing, and it's been a fun night. We had Pat Miletich, which will be up as a standalone interview, coming up here soon, and we're really happy that Pat's on the path that he is right now, because, and he mentioned it on his with us that he got a DUI and he's done drinking. It's a great fucking story. That's like Pat is A1. I will never say anything bad about Pat Miletich because he's been a part of my life as an MMA fan and also doing this podcast. He's been on twice. Go check out the original interview, which is on our YouTube channel. So just click the Bro Plata logo that's down here, and you get to see it. But no, seriously. And also, go to CagedAggressionEvents.com for the live stream of night 2, the Saturday show. Pat Miletich, Mike Jackson from the River Center in Davenport, Iowa. Buy the whole thing. Support the whole thing because Caged Aggression, Caged Fury, all the caged MMA organizations, we want them to thrive. We want them to survive. We want them to keep going because this is the sport we like and love. Big fan of martial arts, but having Pat Miletich on is mind-blowing as I played him in the video games. So
Have you heard? Oh, dude, we never asked him about that, did we?
what?
Video games.
No, we still haven't, but we'll get to it. We let Pat like run wild mostly during that interview, and it did not disappoint at all. Like, again, stellar record for fucking interviews. Like, we repeat people we've had fucking great interviews with. Yeah. We've hit it. We're fucking gods. We're podcasting gods, Tim.
We're 100% so far.
Yeah.
Well, because there he is. Because people don't come on our show unless they want to be here. Like, this isn't like some agent being like, you need to do this. It's not that at all, obviously.
No. And that's what we want. I mean,
right. Oh, yeah, they should.
Still one of my favorite moments, and I need to put it up as a short, is when Jessica I was talking about being done with, like, fighting in general, and I just look at her and go, so you're saying slap fights out of the question. Or power slap. And slap fights like Russia. But no, yeah, dude, our record for interviews has been stellar, and that's the one thing I like about our podcast the most.
Same.
Is we disarm any human being on the planet where it's like, I think we could bring peace to what's going on right now in the Middle East. I really do. Bro Plata.
We just have the both leaders on. Like, first question for you guys. First, you guys like Mushroom Head?
What's like, because like nowadays I don't even like watching the news anymore because it's just it's always bad shit.
Whole lot of Israel's going on right now. Mm-hmm. Whole lot of Israel.
Is the conflict in Russia over with, or is that?
No, it's still going. Scariest shit I've seen out of that whole thing. I've seen it a few times. It's shown up on my reels and a few other things. Is that Russian soldier that's got a fucking bomb drone like right over his head, and the camera is like down, like facing him, and you just see him signing like, I'm about to surrender. Don't do this. And you know what's attached to that drone is gonna blow something off. Like, it's not good. It's horrifying, dude. Like, shit's going weird right now. I don't like
talk about something less sad.
How's your sex life, Tim?
I said less sad.
You've seen The Room, right?
Yes.
Where it's like, so anyway, how's your sex life?
Yeah, they said they're gonna remake that with Bob Odenkirk.
No,
they're doing.
No,
I'm very curious of what the like the angle is. You know what they're trying to do with it. It's interesting.
Oh, I was gonna ask. Can you guys tell me? So from my movie review stream, Can I show? I know I cannot show like clips of movies, but can I show still photos from movies?
I believe
Still
so.
photos
Yes.
are fine. Yeah.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And can
Yeah.
I show clips so long as there's not audio, or can I just?
I don't know about that though.
Audio, if there's no audio, that's, I think, a gray area. I would definitely do a test video and see if copyright's brought on it. But if there's no audio, they really don't have, like, if you have like "Bruh, bruh," and that's it or something like that, where it's like emotive or something and it's like a hard cut, I think that'd be good.
It's crazy because there's so many channels out there that do that stuff and get away with it. Like
Right,
the
that's what
free
I'm
shit.
wondering. Like, how do
I'll be
other
right back.
movie review channels get away with that? If
They have to, like, you have to apply for a free use thing, and even then you can get your shit taken down. It happens. All those channels have shit taken down all the time. But I mean, so many like reaction channels and stuff, they play all that shit and they're fine. There's no
Right,
problem.
like,
I don't understand. I think you have to apply for free use, but even then, I don't know.
I mean, I figure
Because
like so long
under
as
law, I was going to say, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, so long as I credit the studio, wouldn't that be fair then? If I, if I keep it constrained to like maybe 3 seconds.
I don't know the exact wording, but the copyright law is you can use it if you provide commentary, like if you're so which is what you're going to do, but it's not as easy as that. Like they'll take shit down all the time, even though you're using. That's why you have to apply for the free use shit.
Well, I just want to
my buddy, the voiceover guy. What are you trying to do?
So I want to make a mini doc, like maybe a 10-minute video, and I have a script written out, and I was thinking about, because I heard that you can use I think it's called AI transcript, and you can do text to talk.
Yeah.
But I don't want a robotic voice.
My voiceover guy just text me back. He's like, it's $5 per 500 words.
Oh, really?
Which seems pretty reasonable to me.
I could swing that.
He asked what the subject of it was.
It's about a man named Bodhi Rihama. He's the I don't know if I can really explain it, but he basically is the founder of all martial arts. And I wanted to do a mini doc about his life and his travels. And I was gonna write it out, and I wanted somebody who has a good voice for videos, because I don't want to use my own voice.
Yeah, no, he like I said, he does it professionally now. I guess say, nice man. I guess it's a mini doc about a martial artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does he sound like, your friend?
He'll be able to see. He'll be able to do different stuff. I'm sure.
Okay. I gotta take this call, bro.
Okay, that's fine. Ray will be back. Pulse will be back. Trying to get my buddy some work with Pulse here. $5 for 500 words seems like a pretty good deal to me. You know, I don't know how long 10-minute script. I mean, that's probably like $50 worth, right? I don't know. If he sends me his page, I will send it to Pulse. All good?
Yeah.
When he sends me his Fiverr page, I'll send you that info, and then they'll have samples on there.
Oh, okay. So he's got a Fiverr?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Yeah. So he'll have samples on there. And some of the stuff he does is kind of like a little robotic, but I know he can do whatever you want. Like you want you free throw. He's a good voice. You know, he's very articulate. He'll be fine. He's a good guy. I don't know. My voiceover buddy got back to me. It's $5 for 500 words, which seems like a pretty good deal to me. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Paul's like, "What's he sound like?" I'm like, "Well, when I get his Fiverr information, he'll have clips on there. I'm sure."
I would like to say, Andy
Hard
was
Southern.
never the same.
Right. Dude, I know I had a bunch of different ideas for intros, but there was one guy who is on Fiverr who's done some like Longhorn steak commercials and stuff, and I'm like, I like that guy. Guy's like with grit. He's like Longhorn steak. I'm like, that's the guy that I want for bro.
Plata. Yeah, this is
It's like
whiskey
with or without
made,
grit.
beer breaded.
So,
That
I wonder
would
something
actually
with
be
the
a fun
Marlboro
shirt.
man. Yeah. Just,
That would actually be a fun shirt. You just have the Bro Plata thing, and it says whiskey made, beer breaded on the back.
Alan told me he wanted me to get shirts made that just say Scotch greater, bourbon greater than Scotch. Apparently, he's not getting that house in Westlake now. So I've been sending him a bunch of houses, other places. I'm like, dude, Solon, that'd be good. He showed me one he's looking at in Avon Lake, which Avon Lake's an hour and a half from me. That's fine, not a big deal. And it's closer to Cleveland than other places, but it's so it's like a block from the lake. And I'm like, that makes me nervous because I don't like big bodies of water.
You're just afraid you're gonna fall in.
I don't know. Just seeing something that big and vast with nothingness, you don't see the end of it. It creeps me out.
It's so beautiful.
It creeps
What
me
are you
out.
talking about?
I don't know why it creeps me out.
You landlocked weirdo.
I must be, yeah. I told Alan that. He's like, dude, that's fucking weird. I'm like, I've tried to stop. I stopped trying to make sense of myself years ago, man.
Pulse.
Yo,
You've grown up in Texas. You've been to Galveston, I assume, more than 10 times in your life, right?
yeah.
So you look out over the Gulf of Mexico and all of its kind of awesome glory. Does it weird you out?
What's that? now?
Tim gets nervous around, I guess, big bodies of water. And I've been around the Gulf.
Healthcare Dual Complete Plan can give you more.
Sorry, that's my dude.
That's actually a really good voice.
Yeah, he has a good voice. You hear that, Pulse? I'll save the link.
Okay, yeah.
In Discord.
Is that a commercial?
That was something, yeah, one of his things he did. Hold on.
Cost to you. Now, get up to $300 for groceries, OTC products, and utilities every month. With United Healthcare Dual Complete.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, he's good. Like I said, 500. I mean, how long's your script? I mean, it's probably not more than $50 worth.
Yeah, no, I mean that. Yeah, I can do that.
Did he knock that out in like an hour?
Yeah. A skilled voiceover artist can do it in at least 2 takes. I though used to do like 50 takes of the same thing because I had like real bad OCD in my mid-20s or my early to mid-20s.
I'd probably like that too. I'd do 1,000 takes and send them like, yeah.
So bad. Well, me and Dan used to do a wrestling podcast. I would take out little tiny breaths because it made the conversation flow a little bit better. Like I micromanaged our podcast back then.
And also, he probably has different samples too. Yeah, here's another one. It's just like,
Whether I shall turn out to be
like he I don't know. If you want him to sound more natural, he can do that too. You know, he can figure whatever you want. You know,
Like it.
and if you don't like his first one, he'll do another one.
The voice I just heard, that's perfect for what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, man, that'll work out, dude. My buddies getting together, working together. I like it.
What's it?
Hell
Dylan Teeter?
Dylan Teeter, yeah, good guy,
Okay.
Dylan Teeter. Great guitar player too, man. I hope
I
he's still
love
playing
his
guitar in
cousin
Thailand.
Dylan Tata.
Nope. He's no Dylan's a man. But yeah, he's in Thailand right now. But he's that's what he does there now. So mostly that. So
Do you think? So he's in Thailand, right? Does he
Just,
ever
if
go
you
to
get-
kickboxing?
I doubt it. When if you get a hold of him through there, just tell him like you're Tim Danko's buddy.
Okay.
There,
I mean, it'll be the same,
there's
but
a
I
part
think
of
he'll
me.
probably want to know you're the guy that he's
Do
talking.
you I was gonna ask, do you get like a referral?
No, I wouldn't want it.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah.
You say he's my buddy. I want, and I think listen, this is mutual beneficial to two of my friends, right? So, I mean, probably if the wait till you finish the video first, then you have to send him the video
Okay.
so he can do it over it. The way just He'll figure it out. He's probably worked with people that, you'll figure it out.
I kind
Like
of,
I said, he's like honestly like one of the nicest people you ever meet. So you won't have a problem working with him at all.
I kind of want to meet him so I can like convince him to go to the one kickboxing arena, the Thai boxing arena out there in Thailand, like
Fun
the
fact,
big one.
He came to watch me fight.
And just Venmo him money and have him bet on fights for me, and he gets half. That's how.
I mean, if we asked him to go to those and like make videos for us, he would. I think we paid him.
Again, he would get half of the winnings because I would just be like,
not bets. I'm just, dude. I've seen some videos about with little kid MMA, and I can't watch it. It's hard to watch.
No, I'm talking about like the Muay Thai boxing arena. That
I understand what you're saying.
I think it's second level of the arena is where all the gambling happens.
Yeah, we could just ask him to go to those things and fucking take video for us. And he'd do it. He's like I said, he is like honestly one of the nicest people you ever meet. So he'll be super easy to work with. If you need multiple takes, he won't freak out. He'll be fine. He's very cool. I'd recommend him 100%. And he's like I said, he's a great guy. I almost trust that guy with my life. He's a great person.
Almost.
Well, I don't like my life. No, I would honestly. I would. He's a great. What does that mean? Stay on their couch? Now, that's trusting someone with your life, right? I trust him with my life. Yeah, he's a great guy, and his dad lives in town here still. I think his dad's a good guy too. Yeah, and he's the reason I got into comedy because he started before me. It's the first time I met Pete was through him. Anyway,
so he's the one to blame for all your
for all this nonsense. I saw him. He asked me to come see him at the Funny Stop at the amateur contest, and I did, and then I went the next week.
Nice.
Does he still do stand up?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
But like I said, he went to Thailand to teach English, and now he's doing this, and he's he's a great guy. So yeah, 100%, that'd be great if you guys could work together on that. That'd be great. Are you close to being done with that or not?
No, I've just written it out. I haven't even started.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could do it backwards as well. I mean, you could have them do it and then cut it out and put the video first. Probably is better though.
That's what I was thinking because I want him to know what he's speaking about.
Yeah, that makes sense too. That's probably how most people do it. I'd assume. Also, I don't know how you like. Maybe you have to do it like yourself, like a mock, so he knows where to do it. I don't know. I don't know how you ask him. Again, he's super nice, so you can ask him embarrassing questions, and he'll give you the answers. Man, he's a great guy.
Okay.
That make me really happy, actually, if that worked out, because I like you both. So,
yeah,
I haven't talked to him in a while. So, what a good fella Dylan is. He's a hell of a guitar player too. Dude, one of these days we will play Holy Diver live together. Bucket list right there, Holy Diver.
I was listening to Dio today. I was listening to his Arrest Ye Merry Gentlemen.
Okay, sure.
Remember?
Like, dude, tell me who you think is a better rock singer than Dio, and you're full of shit. Like, he's the best of all time. He's a goat. Metal singer, 100%. There's no one better. Everyone else is just second place to him, 100%. Honestly, I believe that's like a pretty firm opinion. A lot of people would agree with that. Not everybody. I'm sure Ray has a dumb opinion.
What do you think about Lemmy Kilmister?
Love Lemmy.
He's great, but he couldn't do what Dio could do. He was great for what he did, but he couldn't do the things Dio could do.
I mean, if you're going also like
Nope.
Technically, even though it was hair metal, but he was also part of Rainbow back in the day, so he's part of that whole like classic rock metal fucking lineage. David Coverdale had hells of pipes on him,
Sure, but not Dio.
on those later Rainbow albums.
Yeah, but the superior Rainbow singer was Dio.
Yeah, I agree, but like he still kept his own.
One of the reasons they fired Dio is he could sing those songs, and he could. Coverdale could, but the reason they got rid of Dio is because he wouldn't do "Since You've Been Gone," which ended up being their biggest hit.
Yeah.
But
You talking about old girl
that
from American Idol?
What? No. Kelly Clarkson? No. That's the difference. Since You've Been Gone. No. This is Rainbow. Since You've Been Gone.
Since you've been gone, since you've been gone, I get a bit. Yeah, that one.
Great song, but it was It was super poppy compared to all the other Rainbow songs.
Oh, for sure. Even no, Rainbow didn't do Perfect Strangers, did they?
I'm not sure.
You remember that television show, Perfect Strangers?
Yes.
Don't be so ridiculous. Belky Bartakamoose and Cousin Larry. Yes,
Cousin
of
Larry.
course.
Yeah.
That used to be in my heavy rotation at Nick at Night at like 6 a.m. before school. So I'd have school at like 7:30. It would be Serial or Shower Serial, Perfect Strangers, followed by Head of the Class with Howard Hessman. Those were my like early morning shows during school.
You know, Perfect Strangers is what the sitcom Family Matters was spun off from.
Really?
Did you know? Yeah. On one episode of Perfect Strangers, at the building where he worked at, the security guard was actually Carl Winslow.
Die Hard?
Yeah. No, it was the character Carl Winslow. He was a cop. He's a cop and everything. But he was a cop on Perfect Strangers named Carl Winslow, and his wife Harriet. She would come visit him and brought him lunch, and from that they made Family Matters.
What was the name of the cop? It wasn't Carl Winslow in Die Hard, was it? I don't think so.
I don't think so. But
That'd be hilarious though if it was. Where it's
he does
just
play
the
a
same
cop in
name.
everything he's in.
He does.
Yeah,
absolutely does.
He looks like a cop, either a cop or like an NFL ref.
And fun fact, he actually, the actor, I think his name is Reginald Vell Johnson, I think his name.
Argyle?
He actually went to high school with Ron Jeremy.
Well,
I just want to see like there's some tape somewhere those guys double teaming a cheerleader.
That'll be funny. That'll be funny.
That may have been the loudest I've ever heard Paul laugh.
That'll be funny as shit. You just see Carl Winslow just stroking that. That'll be hilarious, man.
Hey Carl, you want to switch sides? Sure, Ron.
Yeah, why not, brother? That's funny.
Oh,
Ray, would you take the porn awards job? Would you do that gig?
Like hosting it?
Hosting it, yeah.
Yeah.
They say it's a terrible gig.
I bet, but I would take it just for the money.
Story. Yeah.
No, for the money that they probably pay, which is like at least $1,000. I'll take that.
I'll probably assume a lot more than that, but and also like you're in with them. You're the you probably like get some.
Here's to the category I fap to on Tuesday. Anal, everybody.
Yeah, it's I guess the thing is because Attell did it. He tells people not to do it because it's like you can't not make fun of porn, but they have zero sense of humor for it.
Yeah.
So you don't know what to do.
Aries Spears did it one year. He hosted.
Yeah, and he had every set you see, no one does great. Kate Quigley did it, like Quigley. No one does great. And they always get comics, but it's always fucking weird. And I don't think listen, I would do it too, because I'd be like, I just want to be in that fucking world. I want to see what happens. Would someone like to have sex with me, please?
I would be hitting on all the BBW seamstresses.
That'd be great. You'd be like, not out of the way. Get into the thickies.
Miss AVN really likes you, but Sweet Cheeks is over there. She's a BBW porn icon. I want to go talk to her. Thank you. I'll be drunk this way. Thank you.
I love that a lot of the probably biggest stars in porn now don't leave their house.
Yeah.
You know what?
Really.
I'm
top
like,
1%ers.
I can, and I'm proud to say it. I can honestly say I couldn't tell you the name of a contemporary porn star
Nor
that
could I.
saved my life.
Nor could I.
No. Maybe one, but that's a thing I'm not willing to admit on air.
Because Khalifa's done, right? So like that's the only one I could tell you. But she's done.
Yeah. Like I can tell you old ass porn
Dude,
stars like Nina Hartley.
Would you date a retired porn star?
Yes.
Pulse?
I mean, I probably wouldn't like go out in public, but I mean,
I'm talking about like date and marry one.
nah,
Bro, I'd be arm in arm with that bitch all day, every day going, she used to do porn.
that's like
Where's the videos?
that's like willingly purchasing a car with 500,000 miles on it, like, and then just like,
Kinda, but like no, Ray's bachelor party would be him making his groomsmen watch her old videos.
Yes.
Like, I get to book that number.
Do you
Like,
know how
Rick-
long it took to shoot this?
Right.
She told me it took hours.
And they'd be like, Ray, how do you feel that gap? You're like, I don't, but that's not the point.
I just get another toy. It's fine.
Yeah.
We've worked it out. I don't do vibrating C rings unless I'm with her.
you remember the episode of Aqua Teen Hunger Force where Tara Patrick was on there?
No, I don't know that.
Vaguely.
Oh, that shit was funny, man.
Look at this kitty.
I know. Is that Beebs?
No, that's Cookie.
Oh, it's Cooks.
That's my girl. That's my baby girl, Cookie girl.
Aw.
Cookie girl.
Like I want to be with brother Tim.
Oh, Cookie's my girl. Actually, today Beaves was on my chest when I was watching TV. He doesn't come over as much. It's usually Cookie. Cookie's like always been in my business.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well,
Cookie's my
cookies
girl.
have been inside you in more ways than one over the years, and
Yeah, that's
definitely
a joke. I was gonna do it at Five Barrel because it's kind of a silly joke, but I was like, I have two cats named Cookie and Bieber, and I know you're assuming that I named them after my favorite snack food and favorite music artist. However, it's much more nerdy than that.
That's funny.
Do you guys know? Did Chris Farley ever do stand up?
I don't think so,
I
man.
think he was more of an improv guy or like sketch.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
think
knew,
he came
yeah,
from
like I
Second
knew
City.
he came up with Second City, but I'm just wondering, did he ever actually like grab a mic and go up there?
I feel like there's a pretty good chance that he did at some point, but not that I like know of.
Probably early on in
What's crazy
his
is that-
comedy pursuit.
Rob Schneider never did stand up till like a couple years ago. He never came up as a stand up.
Mm.
Oh, really?
You know what he started as? Which I mean, so did I guess, a singer.
For real?
Really?
Yeah. And his daughter's a singer. So
Yeah, his daughter is a pop star.
yeah. Yeah.
Them
She's good.
DSLs.
What?
DSLs?
What is that?
Diva singing lips?
Rob Schneider is from being one of Sandler's sidekicks, he actually carved out a pretty good career for him.
Well, his wife's hot too. I mean, that's the thing. Like, he bagged a fucking hottie for a fucking wife.
Remember
I
some of
gotta
the
say
movies
though,
he did?
to this
Remember
day, Deuce Bigelow is still one of. I go back and watch that often.
that actually is a funny movie. You know
It
what?
does age well.
Dude, Eddie Griffith in that movie is really funny. Like,
Yeah.
he's great in that movie. But no, one time, maybe have been the last time Ray was down here. Rob Schneider was playing down the street.
Yeah, we were doing a live stream while Rob Schneider, and I'm like half tempted to like message his fucking people and be like, "Can Rob Schneider come over here?"
In the basement.
Find his
Come
fan,
over
be
to the
like,
basement.
"We have beer." You're
Yeah,
like,
come over,
"Rob, want to
Schneider."
hang out?"
Well, we promise we won't ask him about any of his movies or TV. We'll just ask him about anything else.
Yeah, just come hang out, get drunk with us while we watch MMA fights. I'm down.
Oh.
Let's do it.
Although I do kind of think it's funny when he goes off on SNL for being too liberal now. You know who's hosting SNL this week?
Pete Davidson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm like, he's not on the show anymore.
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Isn't he a cast member?
You know what?
I thought he
have
left.
I have a lot of. He did, but he's hosting now. So, I have respect for the guy. I do. He's a solid stand-up, but I just understand his like giant. I don't get it. I definitely don't understand his appeal to women, but you don't have to, right? So I don't know. He was in Dumb Money, and he was funny in that.
I was gonna say he's funny in spurts. He's like, really out of the newer cast, like some of these guys are just like.
I never thought he was great on SNL. I never thought he did anything great.
There's a few things.
What about Kenan Thompson? What do you think about him?
To me, I'm going to tell you this, and this is my honest opinion about Kenan Thompson. He is unequivocally the greatest comic actor of our time. Like, his longevity as an actor started as a child in Mighty
sketch
Ducks.
Actor for sure.
Was in All That, had some of the best All That sketches. What was the one where he was lactose intolerant? He was like a Superman fucking character. He was the shit. Like, people want to say Lori Beth Denberg or that other weird looking skinny white guy with the bowl cut. No.
I remember that kid.
Kenan Thompson is the best. Because, I mean, again, he went from All That, which was basically kid SNL, to actual SNL in the span of 30 years. He's a fucking god.
He had his own show. Remember Kenan and Kel?
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say, then the runaway hit that was, Kenan and Kel. Fucking Coolio.
Yeah.
I watched Coolio perform that song live at a music festival here in Cleveland. It was dope. Because it was fucking him doing that fucking song for all the millennials that needed that at that moment. But again, Kenan Thompson is just so fucking good. He's amazing at everything he does.
I mean, he hasn't done enough other films for me to say he's the greatest comedic actor, period. But sketch actor, 100%.
I'm talking about just in general.
Well, just
Pulse
sketch
left.
actor for sure.
Did I scare Pulse off with my fucking Kenan Thompson take?
No.
He's more of a Kel man. He's more of an orange soda fella.
That's what I was gonna say. They had a falling out apparently a few years back, and then all of a sudden they reunited.
All right. Well, yeah. Good Burger 2's coming out, I think, next month.
For real?
Yeah, it's done. It's coming out in Paramount Plus, I believe.
Ooh.
Which that's another one of those, like, anytime like a childhood favorite movie has a sequel 20 years later, it's always like, so I hope this is the exception. This is the thing. Who are they making it for? If they're making it just for kids now, it probably will be shitty to us, like Space Jam, right? But if they're making it like, dude, we got to get the fucking people who love Good Burger to love this movie too.
Yeah,
so
I'm interested to see.
Yeah, full of cameos, not just Shaq.
I wish they would do a Pete and Pete movie 30 years later. That would be just to see a fat Danny Tamborelli.
I would like Sabrina the Teenage Witch in her late 40s or 50, however old she is, with her own kids now.
Caroline Rhea shows up for like 15 episodes.
Right, and The Ghost of Salem.
No. But what was you remember Clarissa Explains It All?
Yes, that too.
Yeah, one friend would always come in through the window.
Alex Mack. I literally.
Oh God, Alex Mack! You want to talk about a show that scared me as a kid? Alex Mack horrified me as a kid.
Are You Afraid of the Dark gives me nightmares to this day.
Oh man, I can watch those. I might watch that tonight. Those were my favorites.
Are You Afraid of the Dark? Dude, they scarred me. I remember episodes to this day that that's one of the reasons I don't like horror movies, because I got fucked up with fucking Are You Afraid of the Dark?
That one where the kid thinks he's dead and he has to go through like a bureaucracy to fucking like get his soul back. The comic book episode, dude, that comic book episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark is one of my favorite fucking ones, where they had that like jester character that like dripped fucking like acid or some shit from his fucking mouth.
I remember this dad and his kids stay at a hotel, and there are these mirrors on the wall that are sucking the fucking youth out of the dad and giving to some caretaker or some shit. So the dad's like becoming like 60, 80 years old in the middle of the episode. The other guy's like running around crazy because he's taking all the youth from people.
You make that sound like it's a glory hole. You said sucking the
Sucking the youth juice, the youth creams.
Do you remember? Do you guys remember a show called Erie, Indiana?
Yeah.
No.
I remember Normal, Ohio.
How about Beetleborgs? Did you watch Beetleborgs, Pulse?
No, I can't say I remember.
Animorphs. I watched
Animorphs was fucking the shit.
Animorphs.
Watching that cartoon about the sharks, the shark people. There's a cartoon.
Street Sharks?
Street Sharks, yeah. I had the action figures too. They were rubber. They had boxing gloves. They were like,
I never had Street Sharks growing up. I always had daycares though that I would stay at when I was like my parents were working.
There is a tub of like my old shit. Some of it's from when I'm a kid. I have no idea what's in it. That'd be fun for an episode. Is me just cracked it open and go through the shit in there.
Yeah,
I have no idea what's in it. I mean, I haven't opened it in like a decade.
Pulse could look it up on Poshmark and be like, it's $700.
Nah, man, no way.
All of a sudden, Tim is coming over the fact that like he's got a white trash QVC on his hands.
I honestly have no idea what's in there. There may be some old toys in there. I mean, a lot of stuff I got rid of, but like some stuff, for whatever reason, I decided it was necessary to keep, and I have literally no idea what's in that thing.
If you find something, I'm telling you, man, Poshmark is the way to go. You can.
You know what? Thursday, I will drag that thing out. We'll go through that tub.
I dig it.
But now I'm out of steam, so.
Me too. So are you ready for yo thing?
I don't have it.
Oh, okay. Well, then we will end on no hero of the week. Tim has until Thursday to fill the void. Otherwise, if not, he has to do 8 shots of Malort.
He doesn't, though. Buy him Malort, maybe. Send Malort to the house.
Send Malort. Alan, get on it. But we do appreciate you guys watching. We do, as always, every time he's on this show, appreciate Pat Miletich for being here. CagedAggression.events.com to buy the live stream. The Night 2 live stream page is in the description, so make sure to click that. Buy the pay-per-view. Watch him beat the shit out of Mike Jackson. SoilSavior.com. OrganicSuperSoldier.com for Pat as well. Go to those. And as always, for Tim Danko and Pulse, we'll see you at the Kumite, fam.
Hello, my name's Cookie, and I love Bro Plata. Bro Plata is my favorite show. Yeah, my favorite band is 3 Doors Down. Don't tell anybody. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.